Director Taylor,
Mm,
how you
Good
doing?
evening. I'm good. How are you?
Pretty good, pretty good. I can hear you and see you.
Okay, I'm good. Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. Director Carr, are you still there?
Yep, I'm here.
Okay, are you on site or off site?
I am offsite.
Okay. All right. That so okay.
Is that problematic? Do I
Yeah, I mean, I don't think. Okay.
say it?
Is there, is that another one we could broadcast from, or is that the only one? Because
I can go to the office.
okay, that's probably better because I think some people. Okay, because is there a way you could turn off the virtual background at least?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'll go to the office too. That's where
Okay.
I usually sit. Yeah.
Okay.
Office.
Okay. Thank you.
All right.
All right.
Hello?
Dr. Peterson, how you doing?
Doing fine, thank you.
Good. I can hear you and see you.
Okay, I'm all set for a long meeting.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yes. Maria, how you doing?
I'm doing good. How are you?
Good. Hear you and see you. Okay.
Sounds good. Thank you.
You're welcome. Director O'Halloran, how you doing?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am. I hear you and see you.
Perfect. You see all my messy hair.
Yeah,
Did these things.
I'll ignore that. I don't see that.
That's very kind of you. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
All right. please call the roll.
Director Carr,
Present.
Director Garcia,
Present.
Director Gokul Gandhi,
Present.
Director Herndon,
Present.
Director Leonard,
Present.
Director Peterson,
Present.
Director Simpson,
Present.
Director Taylor,
In attendance.
and Chair O'Halloran.
Present.
We have 9 present.
I will now ask the secretary to lead us in a recitation of the Pledge of Allegiance. Members, please mute your devices.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Before we begin tonight's meeting, we have a short announcement regarding interpretation services for this Spanish-speaking members of our audience.
Buenas tardes. Para las personas que desean escuchar la Junta Escolar en español, por favor de llamar al teléfono 312-626-6799 y marcar el número de código que es 608-130-5362. Una vez más, para las personas que desean escuchar la Junta Escolar en español, por favor de llamar al teléfono 312-626-6799 y marcar el número de código 608-130-5362. Gracias.
Thank you. Pursuant to Board Rule 1.06, this meeting is being conducted virtually. Board members may be participating from the Central Services Building. In order to allow as much public participation as possible, this meeting is being broadcast on radio station WYMS 88.9 FM via live stream on the MPS website and on the MPS YouTube stream, the links to which may be found on the MPS website on the broadcast page. We will now move to our items of business. As stated in the public notice, individuals who wish to speak were required to register in advance. I ask those waiting to speak to please remain on the platform until you are called upon. Although we are on a virtual platform, we will still follow Robert's Rules of Order, which dictates that all comments should be directed to the chair. Also, all questions or requests, including those from board members or the administration, are to be directed to the chair, who will determine the most efficient way to address them. As always, written testimony will be accepted for transmittal to the board. Written comments may be submitted to the board via the Office of Board Governance, P.O. Box 2181, Milwaukee, Wisconsin 53201-2181, or fax to 414-475-8071, or email it to governance@milwaukee.k12.wi.us. Finally, for our listening audience, if you wish to access this evening's agenda items and attachments online, you may do so by visiting esb.milwaukee.k12.wi.us. Now let's begin. Madam Secretary, item 1.
Item 1 is a report with possible action regarding the Elementary and Secondary School Emergency Relief Fund, ESSER 3, the proposed budget. This is an informational item, and although it has been noticed for possible action, no action is required.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. Before we begin, for the benefit of the listening audience, I will clarify what the intent for tonight's meeting is. First, we will begin with an overview presentation by the administration. Then I understand we have a number of individuals registered to speak. So after the presentation, we will give public hearing. And then after that, board members may ask questions or give comments. I will call board members in alphabetical order in rounds until we're done with our discussion. And I just want to say thank you so much to everybody who has already written in with public testimony, who has reached out to board members, attended the town halls, and who are on the platform tonight to give us public testimony, to the students, staff, and community members. Thank you so much for taking time to discuss what I think is a very exciting opportunity for Milwaukee's children. With that, will the administration please begin your presentation?
Good evening, Chair O'Halloran and members of the board. Keith Posley, Superintendent of Schools. This evening, we are prepared to share extensive information with you regarding ESSER 3 funding to be allocated over the next 3 years. A very important part of our work relative to the information that we will be sharing with you this evening is the community input received via a number of avenues, including special board meeting in June, the district surveys, stakeholder meetings, and student and community listening sessions, as well as town hall meetings. Input gathered was incorporated as appropriate, and we are grateful for the many individuals who took time to contribute. I would like to also thank the members of the ESSER 3 planning teams. They were made up of central office staff, school leaders, educators, and parents and guardians. At this time, I will ask that the team begin the presentation that we have prepared for this evening. And afterward, we look forward to responding to any questions that you may have. Martha?
Good evening, Chair O'Halloran, members of the committee. Martha Kreitzman, Chief Financial Officer. We're here tonight to talk about the Elementary and Secondary School Emergency Relief Fund 3, or ESSER 3. And we would like to talk to you about the process, the feedback, and the proposed plan. As we do with all of our work in Milwaukee Public Schools, we aligned with the 5 priorities for success, and the proposed ESSER plan also aligns to the 5 priorities for success. And the last 2.5 months have been filled with especially the strengthening communication and collaboration and the ensuring fiscal responsibility and transparency as we received input from the community and we shared the draft plan with the community. We have seen this slide before, but I just wanted to review that the stimulus funding we received from the federal government was in 3 batches, ESSER 1, ESSER 2, and ESSER 3. ESSER 3 is what we're here to talk about today. ESSER 3 is the American Rescue Plan Act, and the funding goes from March of 2020 through September 30th of 2024. We are planning in our draft plan, or our proposed plan, we have planned for 3 years, the current year, and then 2 more years. The funding is $505 million for our school district, Milwaukee Public Schools, and 20% needs to be set aside to mitigate learning loss. Before I go into the plan development, part of the plan development is also receiving approval through these board meetings. And we're starting with committee meetings to ensure that we can get, allow for more community input. And I wanted to, as I talk, I want to point out some of the attachments to the board item. There was an attachment that provides the calendar for the approval process. It's a proposed calendar. And tonight we have our strategic planning and budget meeting to have the overview of the ESSER plan. And then on the 28th, we would have amendments that would be due from the Milwaukee Board of School Directors. And then the administration will respond to those amendments on Friday, October 1st. And then on October 7th, there is another strategic planning and budget meeting to discuss and possibly approve those amendments. And then on the 14th will be a special board meeting to discuss and possibly approve the ESSER 3 plan. And that's an attachment to this board item. During our plan development, we wanted to receive input from staff, students, families, and the community And in order to do that, we started by having our initial survey to gather input about what was important, what the community felt was important for student success. In addition to the survey, we started an ESSER email in case the survey didn't provide enough latitude for somebody to provide us input. And then we had the ESSER website so that we could keep providing space where people can find the latest information on all three ESSER stimulus funds. And for ESSER 3, we have the link provided here. There were, to begin with, the initial survey and then community listening sessions happened at the same time. We conducted student listening sessions during the summer and stakeholder meetings. The stakeholder meetings were for specific community members that represented several of our student groups in the community. Then we also received other input through the Milwaukee Board of School Directors town hall meetings, and we appreciated being invited to those meetings so that we could hear what the community was saying. There was a draft plan posted on the website, and along with that draft plan, there was another survey, and we called that one our ESSER 3 funding priority survey, because at that point, after all the input that we received, our plan was over budget. And in order to try to get it to a balanced budget, which is our proposed plan tonight, that's attached to the board item, it's called the ESSER 3 proposed budget detail. We used this second survey to help us and inform us about what the community thought was most important. And then we had other meetings of the Milwaukee Board of School Directors that have been helpful in informing what the community thinks is important. So on that, for the ESSER 3 surveys, we wanted to make sure that people realize there's a survey out there, and it was difficult too during the summer months to make sure people were aware of what was happening in Milwaukee Public Schools. And we had a web story on our front page of our website. We had sent emails and text messages to staff and families. We had an MPS app notification, social media promotions. We have a Thursday update that updates staff throughout Milwaukee Public Schools and a family newsletter. And we have Mark Sanders here tonight that's going to talk to us more about those survey results that we had after all of that input. And Mark is the manager of research and assessment and data. Thank you, Mark.
All right, thank you, Chief Kreisman. Chair O'Halloran, members of the board, my name is Mark Sanders, and I am the research manager for MPS. So I'd like to go over a couple of things about the surveys. Like Chief Kreisman said, there were two surveys. So one released July 8th, and it coincides with the start of the feedback sessions we had. And that survey was to help plan for the ESSER 3 budget. Survey 2 was released September 4th, and it was part of the draft ESSER budget feedback. So once we had a draft budget, this was part of that feedback for that budget. The next slide. All right, so for that survey 1 data, we had 650 responses as of 9/20. And we have a breakdown here of who participated. And as you can see, mostly parents and staff make up the majority of people who participated. I listed off the top 10 zip codes, though I have a list of all the zip codes, but these are the top 10 in terms of numbers that had responded. Next survey. All right, we also asked about community member representation. And so these were the groups that people who put that they were community members said that they were representing. Next slide. All right, so overall priority rankings, we had offered 5 areas for those priorities in the ESSER 3 budget. And this again is the survey 1. These are the average rankings. And so I'd just like to point out that you are asked to rank 1 through 5, 1 being the highest rank and 5 being the lowest rank in terms of priority. What you're seeing are the average rankings, meaning each person who put down 1 for health and wellness, you added that up and you took the average, and that's how you get the lower number, but the lower number is the highest priority. I'd also like to point out that when you're interpreting these graphs, because this is true for every ranking slide I have on here, that you see the bunch in the 2.49 to 2.76, so roughly only about a 0.3 difference between those rankings, so virtually the same ranking across if you looked at all particular subjects. And then even in terms of 2.49 versus 3.81, you see that there's a restricted range there so that no particular area was ranked number 5, let's say. It was the 5th one down, but it wasn't an average of 5 scores. Next slide. All right, so for accelerated learning, I'm not going to read all of them off, but as you can see, this is how the rankings appeared on the survey. Again, 2.17 being the top ranking in this case. All right, next slide. In terms of health and wellness, again, I'm not going to read this all off because there's a lot of slides of the data. As you can see, and 2.47 was the number 1 ranking on that slide. All right, here are facilities. A little more clear number 1 position here with a 1.91 in terms of their average ranking. And here's extracurricular engagement. And again, these are the priority areas before the budget was actually drafted. And here they are in technology with a 2.43 as the first ranking item. Go ahead. All right, we also released again a survey 2, and it was on 9/4, and its purpose was to gather feedback on the draft budget that was created. Survey 1 was to help make that draft budget along with the other data points, but this one was to gather feedback on the actual draft budget. Next slide. All right, in this one, as of 9/20, we had 1,543 responses. As of today, we have about 1,850 responses. So this data is a little bit older, but I looked through it today, and none of the rankings really changed all that much despite having the additional responses. So again, here's a breakdown of who responded. We see mostly staff and parents this time. And then the groups that they're representing, and they can choose more than one group, which is why you see a lot of the numbers the way they are. Next slide. All right, here are the top 10 zip codes, very similar to that first survey, and the number of responses by area. So in this case, we let respondents pick the specific areas they wanted to give feedback. So they could pick all 5 areas, or they could pick one of the areas. So this is how many times each area was actually clicked on. So again, people could pick 1 or up to 5 areas in this case. And as you can see, facilities was the number 1 in terms of the number of people wanting to rank that. It doesn't mean that it's the most important, but it was the one that people wanted to rank the most. Next slide. All right, so again, in the same categories, we have accelerated learning, in this case, broken down even further to particular areas within direct service to students. And again, that ranking system is, again, the lowest number is the highest ranked item in that case. And as you can see, it's ranked from 3.5 to 8.7, which is a pretty good spread. Next slide. All right, we also broke it down by high quality materials. And again, this is in reference to specific items within the drafted budget. And people were asked to rank it from 1 to the last item. Next slide. Providing professional development under accelerating learning was also ranked in here. Next slide. All right, the next major category or area was health and wellness. And in this case, health and wellness and mental health. And you can see the spread here. Next slide. We also broke it down by physical health areas. And I'd just like to remind you, in the actual draft budget, the actual dollar amounts were posted alongside these small descriptions of what the money was going to. Next slide. Facilities was its own category with no subcategories. And here were the rankings. Next slide. Technology was the next major area, and this was technology with equipment to support student learning. You can clearly see number one there. Number one there was a 1.78. Most of them start in the 2s, so this one was clearly ranked first many times. Next slide. Under technology, we have instructional technology software. Next slide. And we also have instructional technology and professional development here. All right, next slide. Next major area, and the last area, was extracurricular engagement. And this sub-area was in terms of athletics. And notice the first ranking was in the 3s in this case. Next slide. We also had expansion of current MPS after-school and out-of-school offerings. First ranking was a 2.5. Next slide. And expansion of school-based clubs with a 2.15 as the first ranking. And we have increased accessibility to quality of MPS after-school offerings. Next slide. All right, and that was the survey data. Thank you.
Chair O'Halloran, members of the committee, Martha Kreitzman, Chief Financial Officer. And I want to point out that the online survey results are an attachment to the board item. So you can go to peruse those results. There's also an attachment that's the feedback that we receive through several of our, either the survey or through our different meetings that we have, the community engagement sessions, the student input sessions, and also the board of director meetings that we attended, the town halls. That's all put together, the stakeholder series, all put together in one document with a feedback that's attached to the board item. So this was truly a collaborative effort across offices and departments, with principals, teachers, parents, and guardians working together to create the plan, and also with all the community engagement that took place. In creating the proposed plan, we had writing teams that were working on the plan. As they're developing the plan, we were receiving input. So they used their own expertise combined with the community input to create the plan around these 5 priority areas: accelerating learning, health and wellness, facilities, technology, and extracurricular engagement. As you look at the budget detail that's attached, you may be wondering about the mitigating learning loss. In the column where, in the last column that shows the ESSER 3 total, we made sure we highlighted any of the items that were indicating mitigating learning loss. And we also totaled that up, so at the end of the document, you can see the total for mitigating learning loss. We were to set aside about 101 million for learning loss. And you'll see that we set aside more than that for mitigating learning loss throughout our proposal. And for the 5 priority areas, this slide shows how much funding was put aside for each area. 92 million for accelerating learning, about 62 million for health and wellness, 129 million for facilities, 3 million for technology, extracurricular engagement, 73 million, and administrative, we called it that category, meaning people that will help oversee the whole project and any reporting requirements, and that was about 1.1 million. Other educational services and programs is almost 54 million, for a total of $504 million. And also realize as we look at these numbers, because I know I forgot a lot while I was looking through the plan, it's for 3 years. So even though this seems like a lot, if you kind of in your brain cut it into 3 parts, it's not as much money. You think of it in terms of 3 years. So we're going to go through each of the priority areas and explain what's in our proposed plan. And we'll start with Dr. Saffold and accelerating learning.
Good evening, Chair O'Halloran, members of the committee. Felicia Saffold, Senior Director, Curriculum and Instruction. The Accelerating Learning Committee had 4 goals in mind as we planned for accelerating student learning. In Goal 1, our main emphasis was to accelerate learning and reduce learning loss. In Goal 2, increase the use of high-quality instructional materials. Goal 3, to improve teacher instructional practices, to enhance student learning and equity. And Goal 4, the primary focus was promoting family engagement to support social emotional learning and academic achievement. The services outlined for accelerating learning build upon existing district offerings, areas identified for expansion in the referendum and ESSER 2, and areas identified as potential gaps and needs within the district. Additionally, input from students, families, staff, partners, and community members was sought and incorporated into the recommendations for accelerating learning. The input received contained common themes around individualized support for students, such as tutoring, school community decisions on expenditures, engaging students in class, connecting with families, improving staff skills, and having current and representative materials such as textbooks. In our priority 1 for direct services, we had direct services are services and programs that go directly to students in schools. We budgeted for 3 types of tutoring, which includes before and after school and Saturday tutoring, in-school reading tutoring programs for primary grades, students utilizing volunteers, and in-school math tutoring programs for high school students. Under priority 2, for high-quality instructional materials, we're looking at providing students with high-quality instructional materials, which we know is critical for recovering student achievement after the learning loss of the pandemic. We budgeted funding for textbooks, library books, materials, and supplies for school classrooms and libraries. Under priority 3, for professional development, we are looking at revamping how we recruit, retain, and develop educators. The majority of the funds in Goal 3 are for professional development in school counseling, culturally relevant practices, supervision, writing, reading, science, math, social studies, and assessments, and the ACT assessment for school staff. And finally, in priority 4, strengthening family and community engagement, we know that in order to promote stronger connections between families and schools, we budgeted for schools to engage families through a menu of options. School communities can select the options that best meet the needs of the families at their school. This goal also continues the funding for the Milwaukee Parent Institute, which helps family members better understand how to navigate the school system, access needed information for their child's success, and learn about post-secondary admissions. Overall, 92% of the funds in accelerating learning are directed to schools for materials, textbooks, staff, professional development, family engagement, and direct services for students. The following is a breakdown of the overall accelerating learning fund distribution. And as you will note, 52% of the funding is for direct services for students. Thank you.
Good evening, Chair O'Halloran, members of the committee. Travis Pinter, Manager of School Psychology and Allied Health. I'm also the project lead on the health and wellness portion of our ESSER funding proposal. We arrived at 4 goals in this area. The first pertains to mental health and equitable access to services for all of our students. Secondly, we sought to increase access to health and nutrition services. Our third goal is for our schools to continue their journey supporting social and emotional learning, and in so doing, help foster compassion, respect, and opportunities for our students to contribute to positive change. And lastly, we have a physical education and experiential learning goal. I want to point out that we started with this goal in ESSER 2, and there are a couple of carryover items that you'll notice. In the ESSER 3 proposal, one of the additional groups is extracurricular engagement, so you'll also find more from that group pertaining to this area. I'd like to briefly touch on highlights from each of the primary areas we've identified in the proposal. In the area of mental health, there are plans to expand our school community partnership for mental health to 38 schools. This represents a more than 50% increase in that program. For our schools without SCPMH, to provide teletherapy services from outside agencies for our students and families that have experienced potentially traumatic events. This is accomplished through the establishment of a referral pipeline that is also able to utilize existing resources. In our physical health priority, our proposal includes, among other things, innovations and additions to our nutrition services, including the expansion of our fresh fruits and vegetables program, as well as items pertaining to PPE supplies. In the area of social and emotional learning, or SEL, highlights include a discretionary fund for principals in order to contract services from among lists of approved vendors. In addition, schools will have greater access to SEL materials and programming being shared out from our violence prevention program. Lastly, our physical education priority includes a couple of carryovers from ESSER 3 involving improving our playgrounds and additional training for our ropes and challenges facilitators. All told, the area of health and wellness totals nearly $62 million, as you can see here. Our proposed breakdown overall shows that there's approximately $13 million allotted to mental health, nearly $34 million toward physical health, just over $12 million assigned to SEL, or social emotional learning, and about $600,000 to complete those items carried over from ESSER 2 and our physical ed priority. You'll also see some indirect costs there, bringing our total, as I said, to $62 million. Thank you.
Good evening, Chair O'Halloran, members of the committee, Sean Kane, Interim Director for the Department of Facilities and Maintenance Services. I'm here to discuss the slides related to the facilities team. First goal, air quality has been a constant stress theme with our work groups to improve air quality in our buildings. Goal 2, many people express the need to upgrade existing drinking fountains with the good old bubbler to water bottle stations, which is an equitable approach to meet the needs of all schools. Goal 3, there are still concerns with social distancing, and tapping the idea of creating outdoor classrooms and modernizing classroom furniture helps the need to, but also enhances the educational instruction. Goal 4, we heard in work groups that schools would like to be given the opportunity to make building improvements to their buildings, and this would ensure equity to all schools. Air quality covers many facets in the building, to mechanical systems or operable windows. We're proposing to utilize the funds to finish out the ventilation audit and make any corrections to mechanical systems or replace the systems as needed. In addition, we will assess window systems and look to install bug screens on operable windows. For bottle filling stations, we plan to install units in corridors across the district. All schools from elementary to high school will be addressed, including potential units in cafeterias and gymnasiums. Interior finishes include replacing some outdated carpeting in school with early childhood programs where students sit on the floor for teaching and can avoid asthma concerns. Updating furniture includes classroom desks, corridor seating, and cafeteria tables can be done to the discretion of the school leaders. Lastly on the slide, the plan could include building modifications or a potential addition. Schools may have a scope that they may have wanted to do for years, such as remodeling their library, creating a STEM lab, or adding air conditioning to their gym. These funds could allow their schools some flexibility. And as you can see for the budget, the facilities budget is being proposed around $129 million. About 45 million is being spent on the different facets of air quality as previously discussed. About 5.5 million is being used for water bottle stations. $10 million can address interior finishes and furniture. $68 million is being allocated for modifications. That concludes my comments for the facilities team.
Good evening, Chair O'Halloran, members of the committee, Chad Meyer, Senior Director, Department of Technology. Very excited this evening to share work that has been done to meet the needs in the area of technology. Our first goal was to ensure that students and staff have the necessary technology equipment in and out of the classroom for academic success. The second goal that our group had was to increase access to online tools and software that will be used by students and staff to enhance their teaching and learning. The third goal we had was to provide equitable access for all students, specifically prioritizing students with disabilities to various technology hardware and software applications. And the last goal that we had was for teachers to increase their usage of best practices in the areas of instructional technology. As far as the buckets or categories that we used for goal 1, some of the highlights that were brought to our attention from all the feedback we received in the area of equipment to support student learning were Chromebooks for all students, headsets for all students, many assistive technology needs were identified, cases for Chromebooks for students to bring them back and forth from school, as well as internet needs to support remote learning. Another large area or need in that area was really to standardize classroom hardware that teachers use. We were excited to hopefully have approved teachers with the ability to have an interactive flat panel in every classroom, a new staff laptop, and a document camera to really make sure that our teachers have the best and newest technology available for the students. We also were really excited with the one-time funding to take a look at upgrading and standardizing school gathering spaces like auditoriums and multi-purpose rooms. Many of those areas in our school haven't been updated in decades. And lastly, but not least, we wanted to upgrade some fiber optic cabling. We have about 20-year-old fiber optic cabling in the schools, and that really needs to be updated to make sure our students have current access and technology. And looking at the second goal, instructional technology software, some things we focused on in that area were expanding subscriptions to many of our applications so all students will have access. There were many needs identified in the areas of students with English language learning needs. And there were also needs identified to help support, or materials and applications to help support students in the areas of hands-on science. In the third goal, providing equitable access for all, a highlight in that area were providing hardware to students with specialized learning needs. Some of this hardware included iPads, cause and effect switches, and large touchscreen Chromebooks for students with vision needs. Although this area, just to point out in the budget area, this area did not show some of the funding, but it was a large line of funding, and the first goal covered many of these hardware items. And the last goal that we had was instructional technology professional development. In this area, a couple key items to focus on. We're making sure that our staff are informed on best practices and many of the new technology tools, and also adding some additional technology coaches on the district level to provide increased support to schools. And here you can see an overview of the 4 categories that we had, which totaled around 93 million. I'd be happy at the end to answer any questions that you may have. And I will turn it over now to Lynn in Recreation.
Thanks, Chad. Good evening, Chair O'Halloran and members of the committee. I'm Lynn Greb, Director of Recreation. And I'm here to highlight some of the areas associated with extracurricular engagement. Here's, first of all, covering our goals. Goal number 1 was to enhance athletic supports for MPS students. Goal number 2, enhancing out-of-school time academic enrichment supports for students. Our third goal was to increase clubs and activities during out-of-school time. And then goal number 4, to increase accessibility to and the quality of our current MPS after-school offerings. And finally, the 5th goal, to provide transportation to students to get safely to and from out-of-school time activities. Our 4 focus areas for extracurricular engagement are put on the screen now. I'll just briefly cover a few examples of some of the areas that we focused on for these elements. For the athletics, we looked at expansion of sport opportunities, sports physicals for high school athletes, and then facility improvements. And some of those were focused on upgrades to our swimming pools, upgrades to some of our big field houses, our gym floors, as well as outdoor activity amenities, including our ball fields, and looking at adding possibly turf fields and competitive opportunity spaces for us to host WIAA competitions. The second area was focused on out-of-school offerings. Some of the examples in those areas included Saturday programming for students, overnight camping, as well as after-school tutoring programs. The third area, which was clubs, primarily focused on awarding mini grants to schools so that they could build their after-school club offerings in a number of different areas. And then finally, the accessibility to and quality of after-school offerings was looking at expansion of professional development for after-school staff, as well as increased access to transportation to get students safely home from after-school activities. And then lastly, our slide with our budget, just to give you an idea of where we have proposed the funds be directed. About a total of $73 million what is being proposed for extracurricular. Approximately half, or roughly 29,000 is focused on athletics. Then we have the after-school area, the out-of-school offerings, the tutoring expansion, and Saturday programming at $6 million. Mini grants for the schools to enhance their club offerings was at 7.5, and then a bulk of the accessibility to is directed at transportation costs, and that came to roughly $26 million. Thank you.
That concludes our presentation. We are prepared to answer any questions that you may have at this time. Thank you.
Thank you so much, administration, for that overview, and thank you for all of your work putting this together and conducting all of these many input sessions. We sincerely appreciate it. If it's okay with the committee, though, I would like to proceed with public testimony first, and then we can go to the board for questions and statements afterwards. I see nodding heads, so I'm just going to go with public testimony. So, Madam Secretary, please proceed with the public hearing portion and call the first speaker.
The first speaker that we have on the platform is Alexander Hardy. Please state your name, spell your last name, and begin your testimony. The speaker is Alexander Hardy. Please state your name, spell your last name, and begin your testimony.
Alexander Hardy. Hardy.
Thank you.
First, I would like to say that you heard maybe testimony from Helen Harris, who is also one of my colleagues in Common Ground, or you will hear from her. And you will hear about listening sessions that we had where we engaged over 131 parents, educators, and community members. And we wanted to propose that to give individual schools the power to decide how at least 50 million of the ESSER funds be spent. We're proposing that 200,000 be given to each school and 454 per pupil. This 506 million is a once in a generation opportunity. It should not be a top-down, one-size-fits-all decision. Schools have unique needs, and we believe that they should have a strong voice in how some of this money is spent. This should include the administration, the teachers, the staff, the students, and the parents, so that they can address the needs that they have at their particular schools. The best use of the 50 million of S funding should be decided by those individual schools with input from the folks that I mentioned before. This is one of the best ways, I think, to get families engaged in the process and talking about the needs of their student and what needs to be spent at their school level. We also understand that that the ESSER funds have strict guidelines, so we're suggesting that maybe you come up with a wide menu of opportunities that schools can use for spending this money. Also, we want to recommend that 1 million go to HR so that we can do aggressive recruiting of staff that can relate and come in and work with our students. We feel that that could speed up the hiring process and so that, because we heard that a lot of teachers don't come to our district because it takes too long to get an answer. And we would like to see that greatly change. Thank you, and we look forward to working with you on developing these amendments.
Thank you. The next speaker on the platform is Amy Mizielko. Please state your name, spell your last name, and begin your testimony.
Amy Mizielko, Mizialko.
Thank you.
MPS workers are facing the most dire back to school of our careers. The ESSER 3 budget must be utilized to stand up our schools and to keep our schools whole. The resources our schools need right now are immense, and the learning and working conditions of students and staff are distressing. Teachers are working through their lunches because they have no other choice, and nurses can't keep up with contact tracing. COVID-19 transmission in Milwaukee jumped from a 7-day average of 277 per 100,000 residents last Thursday to 353 only 5 days later. Milwaukee's COVID numbers have been steadily increasing for 8 weeks with no action from the mayor or the city Department of Health on a common sense mask mandate. The unchecked extreme transmission in our city is now in our schools, and it's spreading. There are 604 current open cases on the MPS COVID dashboard. Our schools have reached the point of dangerously insufficient staffing. There are 10 staff out at Carson this week. The number of staff in quarantine who are sick with COVID is not sustainable, and the staff that you still have in schools are breaking. It's the third week of the traditional school year. There are not enough teachers or nurses. There are only a handful of substitute teachers left. We don't have enough building service helpers to keep our schools clean. There are significant CHA and para vacancies, and the administration has moved safety assistants out of our elementary schools, sending them to high schools. Bus companies and MPS and nationally don't have drivers. MPS staff stay late daily, sometimes for hours, just to provide students waiting for buses that don't come. Our schools don't have enough food service workers to ensure that our students have breakfast and lunch. It is challenging running a school when we are fully staffed. We are dangerously understaffed with no relief in sight. Operationally, our schools can't function safely with the number of deeply entrenched vacancies and the number of sick and quarantined adults due to COVID. There are no more replacements left. We're calling on the board and administration, again, to keep our schools whole and stand them up.
Thank you. The next speaker on the platform is Angela Harris. Please state your name, spell your last name, and begin your testimony.
Oh, hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Angela Harris, Harris, chairwoman of the Black Educators Caucus. It's been said that ESSER 3 funding is unprecedented and provides a historic opportunity for our students. I've realized that this sword is double-edged. It has the ability to be our greatest opportunity or our greatest risk. Unlike most of the funding sources available for schools, ESSER dollars allowable uses are nearly unlimited. This presents an opportunity for all of us to rethink and rebuild our education system to meet the need of all of our systems. It seems, though, that we are on a path to avoid the discomfort of change and squander this once-in-a-lifetime funding on business as usual, which is exactly how this last 3 weeks in return to school has felt. I've seen no evidence of any attempt to address the pervasive inequities that have plagued our district and have only been exacerbated by the pandemic. Outdoor classroom experiences aren't equitable if we aren't considering the neighborhoods our schools are located in, and large class sizes don't even allow for 3 feet social distancing. Where were the future projections by the district and board for bus driver, teacher, staffing shortages, and COVID-19 positive case surges? How is that reflected in the allocation of ESSER 3 funding? Where is the forethought for no lapse in academics for students that may have to quarantine due to close contact or are absent due to transportation? It was clear during the summer there would be a bus driver shortage. Parents who are able to transport should receive a stipend, and we need to exhaust every resource to ensure we get all our students to school and home each day. This is our moment to not just reopen our schools, but to reinvest and reimagine our schools differently than ever before, free from the white supremacist, patriarchal, top-down decision-making approach. Schools where we prioritize our students' mental health and wellness needs over deficit-focused learning loss or access to high-quality curriculum materials. Kofi Annan tells us that education is the great equalizer of our time. It is time for us to live up to those words.
Thank you. The next speaker on the platform is Anthony Mensah. Please state your name and spell your last name for the record and begin your testimony.
Yes, Anthony Mensah, Mensah.
Thank you.
I don't have a formally prepared speech. It's my first time being here, but this past summer I was a mentor with a program called Design Your Future. And basically what I'm here to talk about today is allocating $1.8 million to bring Sky Schools to all NPS high schools to create infrastructure that allows for better sustainability for the students. And there's also the resources for staff members and teachers and others like to be able to create more equitable, open spaces for the students to both have a voice and also feel safe and comfortable in their classroom experiences. Although I did not attend NPS as a student, I'm a concerned community member who has seen the impact of lack of those resources, lack of student voices being heard. And I believe that it is the duty of us to advocate it as community members, but also the duty of the NPS school board and those who will make the decisions to listen to students and create spaces for them to be able to feel safe in the community. We've heard people speak on the stresses of COVID, and that is not only something that has affected teachers and parents, but also students who do not have outlets to be able to feel comfortable in their environment. So I will make the rest of my statement short. I would just ask that you consider once again allocating $1.8 million to bring Sky Schools to all NPS high schools in order to have the equity that students deserve, and also in order so that their voices are represented in their day-to-day interests. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker on the platform is Ben Ward. Please state your name, spell your last name, and begin your testimony.
Yes, Ben Ward, WARD, MTA Executive Director. MTA submitted a letter which summarized our membership's responses and highlighted some areas that we think are critical but may not be sufficiently funded. We believe schools should be kept whole and avoid any significant staff exchange. We need high quality masks, N95s, KN95s, surgical masks, and tight fitting masks that fit even small children. Many staff who could be given more hours to do critical work that schools are not staffed to do. Paras, CHAs, sign language interpreters should all get 40 hours. Contact tracing is overwhelmed and the load is getting greater. We still have numerous reports of windows that don't open and windows that cannot be left open because they don't have screens on them. We think it is important to remember during this meeting that the board has a responsibility to be informed of what is actually happening in our schools right now and act accordingly. The plan to reopen was determined on June 24th. The city was in blue with 9.8 cases per 100,000 and a 1% positive rate. Today, Milwaukee sits at 352 cases per 100,000 with extreme uncontrolled transmission. You have not adapted your plan or added contingency plans. While MPS should be proud that we have taken common sense measures like requiring masks, encouraging and requiring vaccinations, and doing some testing, MPS was not and is not prepared for the rapid worsening surge. This board must not bury its head in the sand like the mayor and the health department. You must act to allocate funds where they matter most to the safety and well-being of students and staff and prepare for even worse conditions if this current trend continues. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker on the platform is Brennan Wells. Please state your name, spell your last name, and begin your testimony.
My name is Brennan Wells, Wells.
Thank you.
I'm speaking today in support of Milwaukee Succeeds youth creative proposal for Sky Schools mental health curriculum to be implemented in all MPS high schools. As a 2021 MPS graduate and a Black male who's experienced mental health issues in high schools, I realized that there wasn't enough resources in support of mental health. Although there are many counselors in schools, there aren't nearly enough in the schools to actually support the students. Not only are there not enough counselors, but the ones that we do have do not look like us and haven't built the trust for students to talk to them. Sky Schools, on the other hand, trains everyone in the school, students, educators, and parents, creating a community of support. There would be more support with this peer-to-peer model because students would actually be able to talk to somebody they're comfortable with a reasonable time. Also, teachers and students wouldn't have as many conflicts as they both gain an understanding of where they're coming from. This will also be incorporated into student schedules to make sure that they are getting the support they need. Many students tend to not seek help because they're given the option to, and they don't trust the ones that they're talking to. Students getting mental health training influences students to pursue careers in therapy, education, and more. This in turn increases the diversity and representation of these fields. Students and teachers will be working together to make this work, not by having a hierarchy. This will be critical to build stronger school communities.
Thank you. The next speaker on the platform is Cindy Tenna. Please state your name, spell your last name, and begin your testimony.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
All right. Last name is Tena. Good afternoon, members of the board. My name is Cindy Tenna, and I'm here to speak about the proposed budget for ESSER 3. Prior to school districts reopening, we started hearing this narrative that we desperately needed to reopen schools because our students, especially the most marginalized students, were quote unquote suffering, which of course wasn't a lie. However, as schools did start to reopen earlier this year, it became evident that many school districts were worried about anything but the well-being of students. While the COVID-19 pandemic should have changed their priorities and made us realize what really matters, that has not been the case. I'm disappointed to see that health and wellness, starting on page 16, has the least amount of funding allocated to it. People have lost loved ones, experienced trauma, displacement, abuse, and much more. The health and wellness of students should be the number one priority for all districts, not the last. As someone who strongly advocated for professional development of staff, today I am advocating to make cuts from there if the PD will not include a plan of implementation and accountability. There is no point in having staff sit in trainings if the material they are learning is not being applied. I truly hope that the district receives the $4 million in desperately needs. But I also strongly hope that you prioritize the well-being of students by making the changes to the proposed budget. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker on the platform is Clarence Nicholas. Please state your name, spell your last name, and begin your testimony.
My last name is Nicholas.
Thank you.
I'm concerned that I did not receive a proposal format or an RFP as to how anyone could have a proposal sent in to MPS for plans for an initiative that a community group might propose. However, I did send in, and I didn't see from the presentation that input that was sent was proposed. But let me say that the proposed plan we had was that from the NAACP that $1 million in scholarship fund be set aside to send 20 students of color to colleges of their choice for 3 decades to become MPS teachers. Second, that put forth $10 million for technological infrastructure. That's okay. So I'll go to invest $20 million for future unseen emergency and $10 million for use of further development of recreation and athletic department to provide transportation as well as equipment needed to run most appropriately. And then 4, invest $10 million in ethnic studies and civic engagement projects, bringing in certified and professional help to train teachers, administrators, workshops, retreats, and board members in cultural studies, as well as civic engagement. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker on the platform is Clintel Hassan. Please state your name, spell your last name, and begin your testimony.
Clintel Hassan, Hassan.
Thank you.
Milwaukee Succeeds' current approach to our work is to shift power to those mostly directed by the impacted issue. Our strategic plan for high school success is shifting power directly to youth by amplifying their voices and ensuring they hold decision-making power. Our proposal is a direct result of our Design Your Future Fellowship, where we ask youth how they would rethink education to improve outcomes for Black male youth in high school. Mental health was the most critical student identified need. 5 out of the 6 proposals had an explicit focus on mental health. Youth named the following needs for those supports in school. They want to see student agency and leadership. They want time designated for this learning via an elective or course added to their schedule. They want intentional peer-to-peer support. And they also want training for all school staff and educators. Sky Schools was the chosen curriculum by youth because it is a comprehensive social-emotional curriculum that combines dynamic cognitive processes with powerful breathing practices, student-centered with a focus on racial equity. It starts with adults, so it creates not only individuals, but a school community of support. The proposal elements also align with our MPS student self-identified needs discovered in the Wisconsin Evaluation Consortium of the Student Discipline Committees and Student Leadership Summits. Students have asked for improved student-teacher relationships through mutual respect. They want to adopt restorative practices, increase inclusion of student voices in school policies, and are urged to provide more opportunities for meeting student needs such as mental health and bullying prevention. This short-term investment will yield long-term results. Our proposal provides infrastructure for implementation in all MPS high schools without incurring additional costs, and the district identified staff will become certified SKY facilitators to continue the development and training of new school staff and students in the future. Let's show youth that we believe in their leadership by investing in their proposal to bring SKY schools into all MPS high schools. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker on the platform is Crystal Ely. Please state your name and spell your last name for the record. Crystal Ely. Okay. We will go to our next speaker on the platform, Helen Harris. Please state your name, spell your last name, and begin your testimony.
Helen Harris, Harris.
Thank you.
Good evening. I'm a member of St. Mark African Methodist Episcopal Church and a member of Common Ground, and I have 2 grandchildren who attend MPS schools. Tonight, I am here to speak for Common Ground in support of 3 parts of the administration's proposed budget. First, we thank the administration for listening to what was said about the importance of tutoring. We strongly support the $10 million proposed for tutoring. We heard from numerous parents and community members about the importance of tutoring for children. And we especially thank you for specifying funding for in-school tutoring for literacy in the primary grades. We are developing our tutoring program and we're recruiting diverse, committed volunteers, many of whom are retired educators, and we're looking forward to seeing the request for funding when it's available. Second, we support the $1.4 million for professional development for paraprofessionals. We've heard that many paraprofessionals have limited opportunity for professional development. So we applaud you for investing in existing staff. Third, we want to thank Dr. Posley, Director Peterson, and all of you for your continued support of the Washington High School Track and Field Project. We recently met with the head of facilities, and we're working with Dr. Posley to bring the construction agreement for a vote before the board very soon. We will invite all of you to the celebration at Washington High School a year from now. Again, thank you all for your tireless work on behalf of our students and families.
Thank you. The next speaker in the queue on the platform would be Crystal Ely. Please state your name, spell your last name, and begin your testimony.
Crystal Ely, Ealy.
Thank you.
Good evening, administration, chair, and directors. I am speaking in support of spreading these funds out, the ESSER funds out equitably. I think $1 million should go to the HR for staffing and retaining teachers in hard to fill areas. I believe that the ESSER funds should be also designated to reimburse parents that has to transport their children because of lack of available transportation. There was a past practice of MPS to give a stipend to parents who transported their children to choice schools. And I believe that same option should be given to Milwaukee Public School students that are out of transportation right now because of lack of busing or bus drivers. I also believe that there should be an extended option of 40 hours to another 200 paras and children's handicap assistance because of the shortage in the schools of some of the staff members. Supplying more sanitation stations within the schools, having transparent communication between school administration and the staff about COVID symptoms, students or staff, not giving names, but just letting us know the numbers that are in the building. Also, there should be, exemptions should be expanded beyond medical and religious to include moral opposition. Testing also needs to be expanded to all students and staff, even staff that is vaccinated and has the potential to contact the Delta variant of COVID-19 and be asymptomatic. Those are some of the things that I think that ESSER funding should be extended to. Like I said, we have a lot of hard to fill schools, and that should be directed to some of those schools. Thank you.
The next speaker on the platform would be Ingrid Walker Henry. Please state your name, spell your last name, and begin your testimony.
My name is Ingrid Walker Henry, WALKER-HENRY.
Thank you.
I am speaking tonight as MTA's Vice President. Tonight I ask the board to use ESSER 3 funds to continue to do everything possible to keep students, families, and staff safe. This includes funding for high-quality masks for students and staff, HEPA air purifiers, replacement HEPA filters, support schools in reducing class size for greater social distancing and best instructional practices, and water stations. MTEA asks that ESSER 3 funds be invested in increased social and emotional learning, cultural responsiveness and restorative practices, mental health supports, and providing additional learning and enrichment opportunities beyond the school day. ESSER 3 funds should be utilized to provide technology to students and their families, in particular, a 2-to-1 Chromebook ratio. I urge you to keep school communities whole as schools work to support students and as the district works to attract several hundred new employees that are needed in all job classes to keep students safe and to support student learning. School communities must be stood up. Our students and school communities must be protected. MTEA is asking that staff not be accessed from their schools. None of us predicted that on March 13, 2020, Milwaukee Public Schools physical buildings would close to students and move to virtual instruction, with some students and families even choosing virtual instruction now. We didn't know that MPS would continue to be a backbone to the community by ensuring students and employees remain safe, and that students continue to receive resources like school supplies, hotspots, meals, and so much more. MPS must continue to support students and their families in the multiple ways that they have needed throughout this pandemic and the many ways MPS students and families and MTEA members have identified. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker on the platform is Jasmine Roberson. Please state your name, spell your last name, and begin your testimony.
Jasmine Roberson, Roberson.
Thank you.
My name is Jasmine Roberson, and I am a community member, MPS alumni, and youth organizer at Leaders Igniting Transformation. According to the budget detail, more than $28 million will be allocated to athletics under Priority 1 and extracurricular engagement. This dollar amount is more than double the amount allocated towards mental health resources under Priority 1, health and wellness. And it seems pretty outrageous to me that sports would be prioritized over mental health during a pandemic and during a time when COVID-19 numbers are steadily on the rise. Students, and many of us adults too, have experienced death, sickness, abuse, and other traumas during this time. Additionally, crime is steadily on the rise in the Milwaukee communities that all of us reside in. Our children and students need the help and psychological support that will influence and encourage them to stay engaged in school and to continue living through all of the horrors that this pandemic continues to bring. While I do understand the positive impact sports and other clubs have on students, it is time that we stop ignoring the mental and emotional toll that virtual learning in a pandemic has had on students and staff alike, and prioritize health overall. We are facing unprecedented times, and we need to begin taking some unprecedented measures. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker on the platform is Jessica Namaste. Please state your name, spell your last name, and begin your testimony.
Jessica Namaste, Namaste.
Thank you.
As the HIPPY Program Director at COA Youth and Family Centers, I'm speaking today to advocate that HIPPY be considered to receive funding to increase our capacity to serve families in Milwaukee. HIPPY is the home instruction for parents of preschool youngsters and is a bilingual, evidence-based school readiness and parent engagement program that works with parents and caregivers of children aged 2 to 5. We deliver the tools and guidance to empower parents to serve as their child's first teacher. Currently in our 23rd year at COA, HIPPY is free to parents and includes a developmentally appropriate school readiness curriculum, books, and community resources through weekly visits with our trained home visitors. We also hold monthly family nights that provide extended learning opportunities for the entire family. HIPPY teaches parents specific lessons to complete with their child based on years of research, but also inspires parents to create learning experiences throughout their everyday interactions and fosters a love of learning in children. HIPPY works. HIPPY children are excited to complete their daily HIPPY work with their parents. Their self-confidence grows, their curiosity increases. Then children enter school prepared. Their reading levels are higher, they participate more in class, they complete homework enthusiastically. HIPPY works. HIPPY parents have an increased understanding of developmental milestones and educational concepts. They seek out educational opportunities for their children. They become more involved in school by attending conferences, events, and volunteering. HIPPY prepares children for school. This is a proven fact. HIPPY also empowers parents to become partners in their child's educational journey by providing the support that many parents do not otherwise have. COA's HIPPY program will ensure families are entering MPS with the necessary skill set. With increased funding, more MPS students will begin their schooling positioned to succeed. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker on the platform is Joan Johnson. Please state your name, spell your last name, and begin your testimony.
Joan Johnson, Johnsson.
Thank you.
Good evening, Madam Chair and members of the committee. I'm the Library Director for Milwaukee Public Library. I applaud the district for its ESSER 3 community engagement process and fully support its goals to enhance educational programs for improved student learning outcomes as outlined in the plan. Its priorities around extracurricular engagement with clubs, activities, and student safety nets, and health and wellness addressing social emotional learning, technology, and professional development is where Milwaukee Public Library can support the district with established and tested programming, including 3 of our most enduring. First, summer reading to keep students engaged in literacy activities during the summer months, which will be expanded to keep students engaged after school year-round. Second, teen-connected learning, which features experiential learning, paid internships for teen students, and a unique concentration on social emotional development through the mentoring component during out-of-school time. And third, Library Now, which represents a successful existing partnership with Milwaukee Public Schools that provides virtual library accounts to all MPS students and library instruction for students, teachers, and support staff on how to use remote learning resources. The program will be expanded to deepen its impact by scaling it to reach more MPS students, strengthening the mentoring component with a team of near peers, and to support participating students in ways that will accelerate the effort to bridge the growing digital divide, achievement gap, social isolation, and summer learning loss. We can ensure ESSER 3 funds will benefit only MPS students, and with the support of the Milwaukee Public Library Foundation, we can sustain the partnership and enhance levels of programming beyond 2024. Our foundation director will speak to the financing piece of this. Thank you again for this opportunity and for your time.
Thank you. The next speaker on the platform is Lucas Ware. Please state your name, spell your last name, and begin your testimony. Lucas Ware.
Lucas Weir,
Wierer.
Thank you.
Good evening, Chair O'Halloran, members of the board. To start, I feel as though we have gone about this process in the wrong way altogether. There had to and has to be a better way to get money to improve the schools who educate our most vulnerable children and families. Many of these students and families have been failed by MPS well before the pandemic, and that failure was only exacerbated during the pandemic. It is these children and families who should help determine how that money will be spent. It is good to see nearly $13 million connected to mental health services, but a great example of how student voice and input can be included on this issue is the proposal by Milwaukee Succeeds. The one-time investment of $1.8 million is to bring Sky Schools to all MPS high schools, which was chosen because it's student-centered with a focus on racial equity, but starts with adults like parents, teachers, and safety. One of the things that I heard over and over about the ESSER money was that some of it had to address learning loss. As a high school teacher and parent of 2 MPS grade schoolers, I'm wondering if this has to relate specifically to alleged learning loss during the pandemic year, or if it can be more broadly interpreted to refer to the learning loss by, for example, the transportation debacle that's taking place all across this district. In some of the worst cases, students have missed days and weeks of instruction because they do not have access to reliable transportation. Another interpretation of learning loss might be the weeks early start schools lost to the heat and lack of ventilation in our buildings. Several years ago, when these calendars passed in committee, I was the only person to testify against what now seems like an increasingly cruel decision to benefit a small subset of our most privileged students and families at the expense of our most marginalized. Finally, I'm wondering if learning loss refers to the miseducation of students at schools like Obama SCTE because of years and years of inequitable funding and policies that favor students who have more access to privilege across a slew of identities, be they racial, socioeconomic, linguistic, and ability related. I guess I wonder what it would look like to pay drivers a wage that would be impossible to refuse, what it would look like to have incentive-based wages to lure teachers to our chronically understaffed buildings. Equality is not equity, but this administration has routinely used them interchangeably, with tonight's presentation being no exception. Some schools need more, much more. So most importantly, instead of just saying all decisions are made with an equity lens, dust the lens off and
Thank you. The next speaker on the platform is Matt Nink. Please state your name, spell your last name, and begin your testimony.
Yes, Matt, last name Nink, N-I-N-K.
Thank you.
Director O'Hallahan and the entire board, Director Peterson, as well as Dr. Posley and all members of the MPS administration, thank you for the time tonight. I am an educator as my whole career and a member of the Milwaukee community. I'm also the National Partnership Director for Sky Schools. I'm offering testimony tonight on behalf of the Milwaukee Succeeds proposal to bring Sky Schools to all MPS high schools, beginning with a small $1.8 million proposal to bring them to 5 high schools. Milwaukee Succeeds proposal does comply with all the ESSER timelines, rules, and guidelines. My perspective is as a dean of students and a school board member, as well as classroom teacher and coach at 3 Milwaukee area schools. And I can say that the SKY program not only does the things that other speakers have said this evening, but most importantly, it begins with all the adults. When we implement programs, we start with all the parents, all the staff members, not 1 or 2, not 1 classroom teacher or 2 classroom teachers, but every single adult connected to a building. And that way we add increased capacity for the entire building in terms of student mental health and wellness. The SKY program is evidence-based and has proven successful in other large districts such as Newark, New Jersey, and Los Angeles, California. Most importantly, the evidence that we have in studies from Harvard to Yale to UCLA suggests that not only the individual's stress goes down and mental performance goes up, but that it's a reduction of impulsive behavior and disciplinary incidents. In addition, for the adults, we have the huge importance of reducing stress and confronting teacher burnout. Again, thank you for your time. I cannot speak highly enough about the Milwaukee Succeeds Youth Empowerment Proposal to bring Sky Schools to 5 Milwaukee area schools. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker on the platform is Michelle Drain. Please state your name, spell your last name, and begin your testimony.
Michelle Drain.
Drain, yes.
DRANE.
Thank you.
My name is Michelle Jane, and I'm a high school lit fellow. And being an NPS student during the coronavirus pandemic, I noticed that the current precautions and policies in place do not help with rising COVID numbers. There are crowded hallways, heavy populated classes, unsanitary bathrooms, classrooms that seem to be cleaned once a day. The average number of students in my classes are around 30 and the most being 40. There isn't any surface disinfecting after each class or in between lunches, and there aren't any up-to-code sanitation areas. During the first hot weeks of school, some of our building's windows wouldn't open, and fans weren't provided in all my classes to get proper air ventilation. There isn't any social distancing, and the only scheduled mask break that we have is during our lunch. At my school, we only have one functioning water bubbler that over 1,000 students have to use every day, and isn't always accessible to students who are trying to get to class on time. I also want to mention how can we enforce professional development training with staff and hold them accountable when it comes to using the knowledge that they are getting paid to learn. How do we know they're not getting paid to sit in a meeting if nobody told them accountable during situations of culturally responsive teachings in class? So I asked that we should use this money for air conditioning, proper ventilation, functioning windows, more water bubblers, more mental health professionals and opportunities, and also accountability when it comes to training staff during professional development. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker on the platform is Monica Lopez. Please state your name, spell your last name, and begin your testimony.
Monica Lopez, LOPEZ.
Thank you.
I would like to commend the district's priorities for ESSER 3 funds. They are necessary considering MPS has been underfunded and undercut for decades, and all has been exaggerated by the pandemic. It needs to be understood that the majority of the priority goals can't be achieved if we don't have an appropriate student to adult ratio. Without classroom staff, we aren't able to provide accelerated learning and support mental health and wellness. And I'll use my building to demonstrate the critical need for our district to use ESSER funds towards permanent building level staff. Our building currently has 5 vacancies, and they don't seem likely to be filled. We're short 1 para, 3 CHAs, 1 special education teacher, and that's 5 adults that are integral to our building's function. And we know that staffing shortages are affecting all aspects of our classrooms in MPS, and MPS's traditional third Friday process is compounded right now. So currently at my building, we're cutting 2 classroom teachers. We're taking classrooms that are developmentally appropriate and doubling them. Now we're increasing class sizes and reducing adult support by 7 in my building, all while trying to provide health and safety protocols and mitigations. We know that large class sizes logistically decrease an educator's actual minutes of time to interact personally with each child, and there's no possibility for social distancing. Therefore, we're not addressing, but actually going against administration's plan to provide accelerated learning and a focus on health and wellness. Now is the time to address areas that we as a district have always wanted to improve but haven't had the financial ability, specifically funding smaller class sizes in all buildings in our district. The district's best chance to mitigate learning loss, to support education and mental health would be to begin by providing all of our students the most during the school day and having an appropriate staff to student ratio. Then moving forward, I would ask the school board to focus future budgets and funding to maintain these smaller class sizes in all our buildings throughout the district. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker on the platform is Nicolo Honorado. Please state your name, spell your last name, and begin your testimony.
Good evening. Nicolo Honorato, Onorato.
Thank you.
Chair O'Halloran, members of the committee, my name is Nicolo Honorato and I am the public education advocate for MTEA. During my short time in this new position, I have been talking to teachers, parents, and some students about the start of the year. The conversations paint a dire picture. Sorry, that's my oven. Stop it. I apologize. Let's get down. Right now, the district is struggling. Students and parents are struggling. We are struggling to get our kids to and from school when buses don't come. Teachers are struggling, being asked to cover for classes for isolated or quarantined colleagues. Our students are in full classrooms with masks slipping down around their noses. They wonder, are they going to get sick next? We continue to live in the prolonged trauma of global pandemic, and there's a need for social emotional supports. Ugh, I am so sorry, you guys. There we go. We need to fully stand up our schools, not just for what they need now, but what they will need in the future. We need this board to fully stand up our schools. We need all hands on deck. This is not the time to access our hardworking staff. We need to not just demand the influx of funds be used to support our students now, but for what they need in the future to identify the fight for real equitable and meaningful change in not just now, but the state funding formulas, so that public schools are what we all know that they can be, the cornerstones of our communities, filled with professionals who serve the greatest resources, the future of our world. And while we still can't trust our leaders in the city to mitigate the spread of COVID, we do ask that you lead and provide the schools with what they need. Thank you. Now I have to go feed my children.
Thank you. The next speaker on the platform is Paula Phillips. Please state your name, spell your last name, and begin your testimony.
Good evening. My name is Paula Phillips, Phillips.
Hello there.
Hello. Thank you so much, Chair O'Halloran and members of the board and administration. I'm a proud MPS parent and I wanted to thank everybody that's been a part of this process. I have attended community meetings, surveys, and seen the outreach that has been done. The reason why I've chosen to be a first-time caller today is recognizing the investment that can be made in Milwaukee Public Schools and recognizing how hard it can be to try to address both short-term and long-term issues that our district faces. So in terms of the opportunity, things that I appreciate that are a part of this funding is addressing learning loss and trauma, parent, guardian, family engagement, empowering school communities to increase that engagement, thinking about staffing, but recognizing that similar to other folks that have shared, much of what's been presented feels like it's going wide and not deep. For example, with $10 million into parent engagement over 3 years, broken down by 3 years, down per school, we're looking at $20,000 per school for each year. It's that same $10 million allocations giving toward tutoring, which in itself would not be enough to really make deep work happen. So as you continue as a board to consider this funding, I would ask that we would look at the systems that are holding things in place. So I'm in full support of Common Ground with their community-based decision-making to engage parents, considerations for staffing, and then really thinking about investing in parents as partners within tutoring and not just paying for parent institutes, but really thinking of a transformational parent partnership. So thank you all for your time. I hope you have snacks and are well hydrated, and have a good night.
Thank you. The next speaker on the platform is Peter Whalen. Please state your name, spell your last name, and begin your testimony.
Sorry, Peter Whalen, Whalen.
Thank you.
Director Halloran, please direct funds to attract, hire, and retain quality certified teachers and hold the school administration accountable for the competent management of budgets. In the English department at Milwaukee High School of the Arts, a colleague of ours quit during the first week of class. The department pleaded to hire a credentialed, excess certified teacher of post vacancy immediately. However, the choice was made for a full-time sub. First, the sub was assigned to fill the English position, but soon her schedule changed to partially fill a math vacancy in the morning and English in the afternoon. This move changed the schedule of many staff and many more students, disrupting learning at the start of the semester. In my case, I took on 2 new morning classes from the sub after 4 weeks, and one of my afternoon classes was transferred to the sub. After 4 weeks, the community building that led to a strong learning environment and start to the semester with a new curriculum was thwarted. Every day, those kids come to me now, to my classroom, begging me to teach their class. Halfway through class, they return, asking for Uno cards. Can they come in? Others roam the hall. Others leave, luckily, with their SPED teacher, etc. Some leave the building. One anecdote. During the first class after this transfer to the sub, a student climbed out of a second floor window onto the roof, across a ledge, to return through another window. This is a callous disregard for learning and safety. This is malfeasance and should not be allowed. It must be addressed. Teachers must be heard. Their voices must be respected. Budgets should not be used as a weapon to destroy programs. And the decisions top down are not the collaborative model whatsoever. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker on the platform is Ryan Daniels. Please state your name, spell your last name, and begin your testimony.
Ryan Daniels, DANIELS.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Ryan Daniels. I'm the Executive Director of the Milwaukee Public Library Foundation. And I would like to start by thanking all of the directors for your service and for your time to listen to the needs that the community has regarding and the best uses for the ESSER funds that you're going to be considering. What I want to let you know is that I am the executive director of a foundation that has supported Milwaukee Public Library for over 30 years. It is our job to provide additional funds as part of a private-public partnership, and we really consider these funds as an impact multiplier. You heard our library director, Joan Johnson, speak about summer reading, Library Now, and connected learning. All of these programs are programs that fit the stated needs of the ESSER funds, including accelerating learning, exposure to technology, and extracurricular support. Libraries help inspire kids to want to learn and read. And so I implore you to seriously consider supporting these programs. There have been questions as to how much each program we are requesting over the period from 2021 to 2024. For summer reading, we're asking for $3.1 million. For Library Now, we are looking for $2.8 million. And for Teen Connected Learning, we are asking for $1.6 million for a total of $7.9 million. Just to help put this into context, the library has had flat funding and must always compete with both fire and police in terms of getting funding for these programs that help inspire kids and really support MPS students. The purpose of the foundation is to make sure that the results are measurable and attainable. And to Director Johnson's comments, because we are pairing public funds with private funds, we can ensure that the funds go to support MPS students and the rest of our community. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker on the platform is Yaneliz Rosario. Please state your name, spell your last name, and begin your testimony.
Hello, my name is Yaneliz Rosario. My last name is Rosario.
Thank you.
You're welcome. So I would just like to personally advocate and emphasize the need in funding for learning loss, which also includes social development, and mental health resources. I know it's been a very rough almost 2 years on everyone, but especially for our most underserved students. Their mental health has been extremely drastically impacted through COVID, and they've lost family members, even friends through various things, whether it's COVID, suicide, gun related crimes and stuff like that. So we just, there's a lot of students coming back to school and having to deal with losing friends and just not seeing classmates anymore. And that's just something very difficult to deal with and not really a proper plan to really address those type of issues for our students. Um, and there was a couple students who were not able to make it today, so I would like to advocate on their behalf. Some of the issues that they did bring up was the food that they have been receiving throughout the school year. I know one day a student had gotten marinara sauce and carrot sticks with pretzels as a whole lunch. And then one day there was a class who there was no more food for them to eat. They had ran out, so teachers had to go out of pocket and buy lunch for their class. So that just makes it very difficult with everything that's already going on with bus issues and a shortage of teachers, kitchen staff, mental health resources, and all of that. So I would just really like to say, if the priority of our students is mental health and a decent meal, I would really like to have that be prioritized throughout this ESSER funding. Thank you and have a great night.
Madam Chair, members of the committee, that completes public testimony tonight. And now the item is back with the committee.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. We will now move on to the committee discussion. As previously stated, I will just go in alphabetical order. I would ask that committee members keep their question to one and a follow-up in the same way that we ask our people providing testimony to keep it to 2 minutes in order to keep the conversation moving. I'm hoping we can keep the questions to one and a follow-up, but we will do rounds so that people can get their questions answered. And if need be, you can follow up with administration afterward. And I do see Mr. Matt Chasen is on the platform. And so after we go through committee, at least one round, if you have any questions that you would like to ask, I would also give you the opportunity. But with that, let's start with Director Carr. Do you have any comments or questions?
I'll wait. Yes, I do. I have a ton. It's loaded. I'll wait until later.
Okay. Director Garcia. You're on mute.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. I guess my initial comments are more of just reacting. First of all, thank you to all the speakers that gave testimony. I think a lot of the common themes that are coming afloat really reside around issues of how we're going to prioritize. And I think that pairing what has come in through via email, what we've heard tonight, even kind of comparing that to how the survey data, pans out, really gives me, I think, an understanding as to what shifting needs to happen. I know that for us board members, we have a tight deadline to get our amendments in. But I just wanted to thank everyone who has shared, their concerns and how they think we really need to prioritize. And I think that a lot of this is really, guiding even, me personally, the way that I'm approaching, the work to be done. A lot of hard decisions are ahead of us. So I think that just really being in tune with not only what our constituents say, but these patterns that we are seeing come afloat is going to be really important. So at this point, I don't have questions. It's just all of after taking notes and really digesting that internally. And, you know, as I hear from my peers, maybe there's going to be more questions that come afloat. But thank you all and administration for the report.
Thank you, Director Garcia. Director Gogolgandi, do you have questions or statements?
Yes, thank you, Director O'Halloran. I would like the public to know that I did send over a list of 25 questions regarding specific budget detail explanations to the administration, which they have said they'll get back to me on Monday, and I will be putting those on social media, so you'll be able to see what I asked and what the questions are. But one question that I did not have addressed, given the third Friday counts, and I think in the public testimony, we heard over and over again that we have lots of teachers being accessed because of enrollment numbers. Are we going to go back to the drawing board and look at the allocations of this funding to potentially mitigate some of those excess teachers? Because that seems to be a common theme, and I think people are right in a time where we need extra hands on deck. I think that should take a priority, and I know that everything is a priority, right? With the decades of underfunding and the fact that Madison continues to ignore our public schools. But I'm just curious about what Third Friday does to this budget, and if there's a recalibration of funding.
Administration.
Chair O'Halloran, members of the board, I just want to share with you, thank you for that question, first of all, and that Third Friday was this past Friday, we hit 95% of our projection when it comes to students. And with that said, is the idea that we, as we do always, and every year that I've been here, we have worked to make sure that we work to keep school communities and classrooms whole, and do everything that we possibly can, because we truly understand and know that the classroom is the most important place in the district, and that's truly where the rubber meets the road. So we have right now in the process of budget carousels, conversations basically on looking at the number of students in each one of our schools, and looking at loads of how many students we have in per classrooms. And we have to make some adjustments in October after, looking at that. But the idea, if we're not going to, and there are some cases like, for instance, I give an example. If we have a classroom that maybe a special needs classroom, and maybe have one child on the load for teacher, we may have to do some adjustments there. But in classrooms where we have total numbers of students with the teacher ratio, we understand, and we are planning to work with each school community in the necessary way to make sure that schools can thrive.
Thank you, Administration. Director Gogolgandi, do you have a follow-up?
Yeah, just one follow-up on clarity of the question. So the question I asked was, do we think that there's going to be a recalibration of ESSER funding to address the current gap that we have?
Administration.
Chair O'Halloran, members of the board, yes, there will be adjustments if the adjustments are needed. We're going to look at our current budget of what is budgeted and allocated for right now. But if there's additional adjustments that's needed for ESSER 2 or ESSER 3, yes, we will be making those adjustments. We're requesting to make them in ESSER 3.
Thank you. Director Herndon, do you have questions or statements?
Yes, I do have a few questions. Excuse my speech, I have a cold. I would ask that administration really prioritize much of what we heard tonight. I think that many of the testimonies enhanced what we have been receiving in emails and that type of thing. One sticks out to me is staffing and staff retention, which is one of the things Director Gogolgandi just mentioned. I think we should concentrate, as we have the ESSER funds, on reduction of class sizes with the accessing of staff that we were hearing about. We need to use those staffers as an opportunity to reduce these class sizes because it gives us a chance to do more social distancing, which it sounds like we aren't doing a very good job of that. And that's something we need to do immediately. The next thing is the air quality and water bottle filling stations, the masking nurses, social, emotional learning addressing. So all of those things. And last but not least is transportation. If the board has prioritized any of these items since they're so critical to our current survival, more or less over the next 3 years.
Thank you, administration.
And members of the board, well noted. We have that has been recorded, and all of the things that you talk about is priorities for this administration to make sure that we have small class sizes and doing what we can to make sure that we also have space for the 3 feet and things of that nature, as well as transportation. All of those are truly priorities, and we are working every single day to make sure that we can meet those needs, as well as the contact tracing, as well as staff, and hiring as many staff as we possibly can to support and filling in those areas.
Thank you. Director Herndon, do you have any follow-up, or can I go to Director Leonard?
No.
Okay, thank you. Director Leonard.
Okay. First of all, I'm just extremely stressed out. I've gotten calls, emails, texts from both administrators, staff members, parents, regarding staffing issues. And some have basically told me my kid is out of MPS. And when I start hearing things like that, I just get, I get fired up. I was a teacher for almost, 27 years. And I know what that's like on third Friday, and I have never been in a building yet that we did not have someone getting accessed. So I'm just really leery. I know that Dr. Posey, we have spoken about this, but I'm just leery about it. I'm very, very cautious, and I'm going to keep up with those staff members and administrators because I want to make sure that we do the recalibration. This is the worst point in time that MPS can do any kind of accessing except where it is totally necessary. I understand when there's one teacher to one student. I understand that situation. But I just think that the panic that I'm getting from teachers calling me and they're crying and they're in complete disarray. People want to quit. They don't know what to do. And this is not one call. I was on the phone all day today, to say the least. So I'm just going to stress that comment. I can't stress that enough. And I'm going to stay on top of this. I just can't let this go. The other thing is, this is just a real quick information out to the committees, the proposals that were given to us that I was reading today. Those groups, people that put out proposals, make sure you have contact information for myself and other board members, so that if we have questions, we can call you directly and ask you the detailed questions that I know I have for quite a few of the different proposals that were put out there.
Madam Secretary.
Madam
Yes.
Chair, members of the committee, I believe the administration has some information that they'd like to provide relative to proposals. All of the proposals that were in the attachment to this item were informational to the board about what community requests are. We need to be crystal clear that the board takes its recommendations for proposals and considers those that are recommended from the administration. Board members cannot be involved in the negotiations process prior to procurement. So relative to contact on proposals being submitted to the district for consideration, that would need to go through the administration. And so the administration would then bring any recommendations that they wanted to the board for consideration after going through the procurement process as required by policy and law.
Thank you for that clarifying remark, Director Leonard. Does that make sense? Are we all on the same page, or do you have another question related to that?
So I'm just going to ask for clarification. So we should wait through the procurement policy before we do any questioning or talking to any of those people. Is that correct?
Madam Chair, members of the committee, that is correct.
Thank you. That I will.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
So could we check in with the administration on this very matter, just so that everybody is clear on the proposals that are posted and where we stand today yet?
Absolutely. Administration.
Chair Halloran, members of the board, the information that you receive is feedback. We had listening sessions with the community and town hall meetings, a number of different meetings, and also anyone that wanted to provide us information in writing. We agreed that they could provide that information in writing. So the information that you have, we wanted to make sure we was totally transparent. Every organization that met with us and provided us additional feedback, we attached that feedback so that the board will have firsthand of what the feedback that was given to us was.
Thank you for that. Then I will go to Director Peterson, please. Do you have questions, or would you like to make a statement?
Yes, first of all, I want to thank the 24 people who testified tonight, and also the administration and others, teachers and others who worked on the plan. This is more grueling than the May annual budgets that we go through, and it's something new for us. So I think we just all have to work together, listen, and try to figure out things, because certainly everything that was said by the 24 people who testified in some ways are addressed in the 6 categories or 6 categories of the administration's proposals. Not necessarily, I'm not saying that what was testified about was covered by all of them, but the general topics. You take something like mental health, which came through probably in at least 50% of the conversations that were, testimonies. Mental health is obviously affected by smaller class sizes. That is dependent on sometimes facilities. It's affected by after-school programs, by a lot of different, having full-time teachers who are not transient itinerant teachers, so we have our work cut out for us to really think what's the best way we can improve and give assistance around mental health by pulling on some of those various connecting threads that pull us all together. I have a couple specific questions. One question, there was comments that there, in one of the places in facilities, $68 million for facilities. I think that's great. Of course, just keep that in mind that the last facilities study that was done, they found $1.2 billion in deferred maintenance. Now, there'll be additional, the $68 million isn't all that we're spending on facilities. Of course, if we're putting in new HVAC systems or et cetera, that's, I'm sure, touching on some of the deferred maintenance. But just for our listening audience to keep in mind, this is, we could use all of our money on deferred maintenance and still not even cover half of what we need, to put it in perspective. But for the $68 million that's listed, one question that has come up is how do we make a decision about which schools might need that, and which schools, how might a school suggest to the administration they need that? So if the administration could sort of comment on how they see that playing out, I'd appreciate it.
Thank you. Administration, would you care to respond to that, please?
Halloran, members of the board. In ESSER 2, there's $53 million that was set aside, and then another in ESSER 3, another $68 million set aside, which is total roughly $121 million. And what we are doing is taking a look at, there's been a number of individual school communities that have come to us. We also know there are some priorities. We have some high schools that are operating out of middle school buildings. We have places in the district where we need excess capacity in certain areas of the city that we know we need to address. There's also some building modifications that we need to around, like doors, entry doors to get into buildings, things of this nature. There are places where we need multi-purpose centers and things of this nature. So a number of those things are already out there, and I could truly say that I can think of right off a good 5 projects that have already been in the works and at the planning stage where the community has gone forward, where the school has been saving monies in order to do just that. And that is the priority that we're going to kind of start to take a look at. And then also duplicating of programs so that are highly sought after programs. So therefore, how do we make those kinds of things happen? So those are some of the preliminary kinds of things, but we just did not want to bring that in the midst of the ESSER $3 at this time. So right after this is approved, then we can start rolling that back and coming to the board for approval to move forward on some of the projects that we have in mind and already moving forward with, working on.
Thank you. Director Peterson, do you have a follow-up question?
Or just one last comment, again, relating to the mental health issues. I wanted to thank the administration for including in their proposals training for ropes and challenges staff. I used that as a 5th grade teacher with staff for a couple decades, and it's an amazing program that should be maintained. Secondly, there's some support for community schools, and community schools are implementing some of these things that we're talking about in a way that's we can look at as models. And finally, just the camping reference in terms of recreational things. All those things I think will contribute to the mental health of our students. So thank you.
Okay. Next, we have Director Seenson. Our administration would like to respond, I suppose. Okay. We'll just move on to Director Seenson.
Thank you so much, Chair O'Halloran. So I would just like to kind of reiterate what some of my colleagues have said regarding keeping schools whole. Once somebody leaves the building, they're not coming back, and every individual plays such a critical piece in making that community what it is. So I would just like to really strongly suggest doing everything we can to keep all of our schools whole. We hear from parents oftentimes the idea of smaller classes. This is one way to start getting us there. To me, this is, it's like triage. We have these, different buckets and numerous things falling under each category. So I guess one question I have is who will kind of make those priorities? I think we heard a little bit about facilities from Director Peterson's question, but just in general, obviously what needs to happen this year with these funds might be different from year 2. So, just kind of that strategic plan over the 3 years. Who's making that decision? Will we see that rollout of that timeline?
Administration.
Chair O'Halloran, members of the board, this is, I think President Peterson said it earlier, this is and new dollars that we will have to track. And there is a process that we have to follow and to make sure that those dollars are being spent. Yes, there will be some changes. I'm sure we get to a situation and may say that this is not, this is not working the way we intended it to work. And we would have to reevaluate that with all parties involved and come back with that particular piece. But there will be a strict guidance around spending, and I will have Martha Kreisman to kind of talk about that. But this is a fluid process. We are going to be looking at it. This is something that we are going to be sharing, our report around where we at with that particular piece, and we'll see where we go with that. Martha?
Chair O'Halloran, members of the committee, Martha Kreitzman, Chief Financial Officer. As far as revisions to the plan, this is an estimate. The budgets are estimates, so that is a possibility that will need to take place. And because it's estimates, it could be that in certain areas we aren't spending as much as we planned and needed in other areas. So this is grant funds, and with grant funds, the grantors allow us to do budget revisions and submit for approval an updated plan.
Thank you. Director Simpson, do you have a follow-up on this?
No, not a follow-up. We're looking at this, happening over 3 years, I guess. I was just trying to understand, like I said, it's sort of like triage, how we're making those decisions. So it sounds like that will just be coming back before the board as we move along, if I understand correctly.
Administration? Is that
Chair
correct?
O'Halloran, Director Simpson, members of the committee, Martha Kreitzman, Chief Financial Officer. That's correct, and I think it would, there might be other times we'd have to come back, but it might work out well with our regular budget process in spring to update on how the funding is going.
Thank you. And I will go to Director Taylor, but I just wanted to piggyback on that in the way that we have seen referendum updates come through at the budget. That would be great to see this alongside so we can kind of track the progress. So thank you. Director Taylor, do you have a question or would you like to make a statement?
I have both. Thank you, Chair O'Halloran. Thank those individuals that spoke tonight. I always love hearing from our babies, our students, in the community and administration for putting this together. In reference of the mental health access and us enhancing that, what will be different or what are we enhancing as far as mental health services with this money? Because there's a plethora of things we already state that we do, but just given where we at, like, will this be more community and school based, or what will be different that we allocating this money from versus what we're already doing?
Thank you. Administration?
Go ahead.
Chair O'Halloran, members of the committee, Travis Pinter, Manager of Psychological Services and Allied Health. We have quite a bit of funding allocated to what's really kind of thinking outside the box. So that first line item you see under the mental health item, it has about 7 million plus listed. Also had close to 3 million in ESSER 2, so that's around 10 total. That's that amount that it allows us to increase our SCPMH or school-based providers. That's been a hugely successful program, and we're extending that up to 38 schools, as I mentioned earlier. So that's something we're really excited about. The other part that's really unique and goes to everyone having access is that the non-SCPMH schools, part of that proposal, will have access to teletherapy services for students that need it. We have a referral sort of pathway designed in that, and in other words, allowing students to, through community providers in their homes, get virtual teletherapy for their families as well. And there's a whole process to that, but that is definitely some new and original thinking to speak to your point.
Thank you. Director Taylor, do you have any follow-up on that?
Yes, I do. Thank you. It is great to hear, and I just want to make sure as we have all of these resources available for our babies and our families or staff within the school, we make sure that people know how to garner these resources. Because I often hear like we have a lot of things that we're doing, but no one knows how do you get the resources or where to go to get assistance for that. So let's just make sure we keep that as a priority as well too.
Thank you, Director Taylor. I am going to put myself in the queue at the end of everybody, and then we'll circle back around to Director Carr. So my question, and I did have a question around mental health because I think it is misleading because it looks like we're prioritizing, one of the speakers said, like, why would you prioritize athletics higher than, mental health? But recognizing that this builds upon other things, that other investments. So I thank you for clarifying that. One of my questions is specifically around nutrition services. So in the presentation, it talks about $4.6 million investment on page 21 of the proposed budget detail, design services and remodel of building for centralized nutrition professional development center. Can you speak about that and how that would improve the quality and appearance of food, because that is a frequent concern from constituents?
Director O'Halloran, members of the committee, Martha Kreitzman, Chief Financial Officer. Having that central place for nutrition staff will allow them to do some type of research and development kind of work as we work to make nutrition services providing more food that is actually produced in the kitchens at the schools, which would take a lot because we don't necessarily have all the equipment we need in all the kitchens in the schools, but expanding the production kitchens we do have. And right now, they are located at central services and do not have access to a kitchen like what a school kitchen would look like, so that they can't create food and do taste testings and have training for other staff, maybe new nutrition staff, school nutrition staff. And so this would provide a place they could do professional development, different types of research and development and taste testing, and even maybe do some family activities. So we think it would be a great addition for the nutrition staff. And with the chef that they are going to work on hiring, that person would be integral to this new kitchen area for nutrition staff. It would be almost like facilities not having a workshop. Nutrition staff doesn't have a kitchen as their workshop.
Thank you for that overview. And with that, I will circle back. And Director Carr, would you like to go?
Yes, thank you. And thank you to everyone who provided written and live testimony. I just want to say I hear you, I see you, and I appreciate you. To the administration and all of those who work behind the scenes to compile the data, get the work done. I appreciate each and every one of you, as I know this is not an easy task. I wanted to go last because I was curious to hear what my board colleagues would suggest or say. And I just wanted to know if I was the only one thinking about it in this way, thinking about it meaning everything that's been presented tonight and that's on the agenda. And so I'd say that I'd be remiss if I did not speak honestly and with full transparency and really speak on behalf of the community that I represent. First things first, I will say we can't keep screaming equity every chance we get, but yet we fail to engage those most marginalized. And I'll even go so far as to say the culture of complacency and mediocrity is real. To be okay and confident with presenting survey data that does not even represent 5% of our total enrollment is absolutely disheartening. And it is a reflection of complacency. We have to be comfortable with our methods of effectively or ineffectively communicating, as well as engaging or not engaging communities. I'll speak specifically to District 4. District 4 is composed of 36 schools, and it is the largest of all MPS schools, districts within MPS. And of the 6 zip codes represented in District 4, only one of those zip codes listed, or only one of those zip codes are listed in the top 10 zip codes represented in the data. And I think what that suggests is that we still have not figured out a way to connect with some of our most disenfranchised students, families, and educators in the district. And again, that's disheartening. This also confirms that our methods of communication and community engagement are still not in alignment with that of the entire community. My question for the administration is, what's the fear or the reservations as it pertains to engaging the parts of the community that produce the most revenue and Title I funds for the entire MPS, and that's District 4? Why are we not able to bring out more individuals in District 4?
Administration.
Cheryl Halloran and members of the board, Director Carr, thank you for your question. And I would just share with you, there is no fear. We have done, I will be first to say that, starting this process in the summer was a little awkward, unlike what we have had in the past when we start a process, when we got children in school, we got all modes of communication, such as backpack mail, talking to parents when they come through the door, talking to community members and all of that. We did not have that this summer. And this was a project that we had to complete, and we did not have that. But we made every effort that we possibly could, and especially and in particular in District 4, we spent 2 days at over at North Division, 2 different times at North Division, and then we did a virtual town hall meeting in the area. We also work with our school communities to encourage individuals to take and be a part of the survey. We have talked to our students in that area. We also interviewed students who provided feedback in District 4. Over the summer, we pulled students out to do just that. So, and then we followed up with every opportunity we could from a social media platform, posting it on the website. It was also posted in our Friday updates that we send to parents every Friday. Has been out there of what we could do and how we could go about doing that. We have talked to our parent coordinators in that area and all over the city to be able to push those things forward. So we made every effort that we possibly could. And we also put out there, if there's any group that wants to meet with us, even after it was all over, we met with individual groups. And that's the reason we have a lot of those feedback from those groups, because we met individually with those groups. And I think the team and we burned a midnight oil day in and day out to try to make sure that we could engage every single individual we possibly could. We also, after our 2x2s, put out another flyer asking individuals to continue to take the survey. We never close our survey. Our first survey is wide open. Anyone can take that survey. The second survey is still out and open. And and Mark talked about moving from 1,300 up to 1,800 after being able to get push out there to have more individuals to get involved. So we're doing everything we possibly can to move forward and to make sure that we are trying to engage with every single community in this city. And that's been our goal. That will continue to be our goal. Did we fall short? I can't say we fell short. Because we made a overabundance of attempts to make sure that we get this information in a short period of time to be able to turn this around and bring it back. And we're still open for any kind of communication that can come through. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Carr.
You know, I appreciate what you said, but I'd have to respectfully disagree. I do not think that everything was done. And I think that we're going to have to do better. When I think about, you know, the projected enrollment, when I think about the response that me and my team are getting on the ground, when we sent out mailers, when we knocked on doors, when we made phone calls, people are really dissatisfied with the district. And in some cases, we're just not gonna get around that. There's always gonna be individuals who have something negative to say. We can't, you know, work around that in any way. But for those that are genuinely concerned and who have a stake in this game, you know, I think we have to hear them and we have to adhere to what they're saying, their concerns. You know, so I would say that we're not doing everything that we can do. And I think that's why community engagement is so important. When I think about the list of the organizations that were included in the presentation, I'm looking and there's so many grassroots organizations that are not represented at all. And I don't know if that's a fault of ours or if it's just their disengagement on their end, but it's sad because regardless whether it was something on our end or their end, our children are still occupying those spaces. And so I think about our organization, the Silver Spring Neighborhood Center, Running Rebels. I think about We Got This, Urban Underground, Black Educators Caucus, New Life. There's so many organizations that could have been brought to the table during those summer months. The other aspect of that is now that children are in school for the early start, we could have sent surveys home with students. We could have had students fill them out in class to capture their voice, to leverage their voices, their ideas. And so I'll have to push back and say that we did not, and we're still not doing all that we can, which makes this process so frustrating. I know that I have to be mindful of everyone else's time. Can I say something else or should I cut off here and just wait?
Do you have like a follow-up, a quick question or something? Okay, yeah.
Yes, okay. So included in goal 3, under accelerated learning, I feel like that should be an increase in teacher salaries to provide them with more equitable and competitive salaries, similar to those granted to staff at central office. Teaching, as we know, is a thankless job, and teachers are undervalued and highly scrutinized. And so, you can't mitigate the loss of student learning without addressing and showing appreciation for those on the front line, yet the plan doesn't really demonstrate teacher salaries as a priority and a compensation, but instead we are planning to reduce class sizes and identify curriculums and other instructional resources to mitigate the learning loss. And so I guess the question is, how will this proposed plan address prioritizing the financial needs of teachers? And one way to do that is through salaries. And I didn't see that in the plan. So how are we prioritizing the needs of teachers as those that are doing the work on the front line?
Administration?
Chair O'Halloran, members of the board, one of the things that you will see in the budget that we are doing to prioritize teachers is professional development, professional opportunities for teachers, that you will see dollars that are set aside. You see tutoring and various things or one-on-one types of things that we plan to do with teachers and going forward with that. Also, all of the clubs and activities and programs are all those kinds of things also will meet those needs of teachers, because teachers are the ones that will be leading those clubs, those activities, as well as the tutoring sessions. There we got things on the weekend. There is a number of different things that are throughout the budget that is directly in line for teachers and staff, school staff, paras, and any other school staff that interacts with young people on a daily basis.
Thank you. That's the follow-up.
Yes, and then we're going to move to Director Garcia. Thanks.
Thank you. So I hear you. I hear you loud and clear. Putting my teacher hat on, I taught for almost 6 years in the district. And what I will say to that is that has no direct correlation with the salaries. Taking on extracurricular activities or tutoring after school is another job in addition to. And so that still does not address the teacher salaries and the compensation. And so all of those things are great and they're necessary, but that's additional work for our teachers who are already overworked. And that is not fair. And if we're talking about the teacher shortage and mitigating learning loss and reducing class sizes, adding another another responsibility on their plate, though they're great responsibilities to have, but adding that's not really addressing my question.
Thank you. Administration, do you want to follow up or respond to that? And then we'll go to Director Garcia if she has, we'll go to the next round of questions.
Okay. Chair Halloran and members of the board, we also have to realize this is short-term funding. And over the years, one of the things that we have done is to make sure that we put teachers and all staff on a salary scale. And we have done that. And it's a step and lane scale that teachers, and every single year, I can speak for myself that I've been here, teachers have received a raise of cost of living and a step or lane. However, I'm sure I will be the first to say, we cannot pay them enough for what they do on a daily basis. But I will truly say that we're moving in the right direction. But the other side of this, to increase salary scales and on a 3-year period, and then what do we do when we get to the cliff? We're going to fall off. So we have to look at what we need to do around that. And I will truly say everything that is pretty much in this budget speaks to the needs of our students and our staff and teachers in particular.
Thank you. Director Garcia, do you have any questions or comments?
Yes. I know that when we were first looking or introduced to the documents for ESSER 3, I guess like drafts, there was the idea of listing, I guess like the number of students that would be served for that amount of money allocated. Is it possible to, I don't know, receive that information? Because I think that as we're making, prioritizing these needs, it would be very helpful to know, I guess, like the number of students that would be impacted either by the cuts or the reallocation of funds in that area. And I guess this is coming from a place, I had the honor to be, in a room with the Deputy Secretary of Education, Dr. Cindy Martin, and I think something that really stuck with me of something that she said in regards to how the Department of Education is really looking at equity is the fact that each student gets what they need, how they need it. So I think it would just be really helpful for us to look at, as we're thinking of equity, and I know that we've been talking about what that looks like for, our district in many ways and forms, considering just the massive needs that we are facing, considering that 90% of our students are, Black and Brown students, the fact that we are coming and still going through, a pandemic. So there's a lot of things that, information that we are using to really look at, what is it that the students need and how as board members can we assure that they're getting how they need it. So that's kind of my comment / question.
Administration.
Chair O'Halloran, Director Garcia, Martha Kreitzman, Chief Financial Officer. As far as how many students would be served. We did start compiling that information for each of the activities, and we'll provide that to the board members. And it did happen to be one of the questions Director Gulkangandi provided us. And our plan is to get that to you on Monday.
Thank you.
Thank you. Director Gulkangandi, do you have any questions?
Chair O'Halloran, I just have a comment. Today we met with students from Leaders Igniting Transformation, and as we were talking through this is really overwhelming, right? This is overwhelming for me. I think this is overwhelming for a lot of board members. And so as we were talking, they asked, what's the best way to do this? What's the best way to have a really engaging conversation around this? And something that Dr. O'Halloran and we talked with them about is, looking at that line item budget, right? And going through each line item. And if you feel like there is a dearth of investment in one area, looking at another place and then suggesting to move that. And so I think to whoever's listening, there are a lot of competing priorities. And I think Director Stevenson said, everything is a fire drill. And so I think to whoever's listening, I think what's helpful for me as a school board director and the way to really listen to the community is I urge you to go through that line item budget and send recommendations of where you think money should be shifted, right? That would be really helpful as we're writing our budget amendments to say, here, look, that we can take money from here and put it here because this is more of a priority. So that's just the one appeal I have. Thank you, Chair O'Halloran.
Thank you, Director Gulkangandi. Director Herndon, do you have questions, statement?
Yes, I have a question. My question is, let's see, with my notes. I'd like to go back to nutrition, and I saw that item in there where they were building a central kitchen, and I think that's an excellent idea. However, when I was looking through that last night, the question came to me, what about the schools? Because we hear so many complaints about the quality of the food, which appears a lot of it is driven by the fact that the food is transported from a central kitchen, and so the quality of the food varies from what it would be if there were a kitchen on site. And the fact of the matter is we have lots of schools that their kitchen equipment was removed. How is the district going to address that in terms of getting us where we want to be in servicing our students with a better quality of food rather than prepackaged items in a central kitchen?
Thank you, Director Herndon. Administration.
Chair O'Halloran, members of the board, one of the things we would have to do, talking with the team, is that we would have to do an inventory of what we will need to bring all kitchens back up. And, we could easily have a contractor to come in to do just that, to be able to know. But we'll be willing to get that information to you, but we won't be able to turn that around as fast.
Thank you very much, because I think everybody on this board and the administrative staff as well know the history and the complaints that we've received over the years. And I even toured some of the kitchens in some of my schools prior to COVID. And I was just shocked to see how, the equipment had just been removed out. The other thing I noticed on those tours too was that in some instances, the space was quite small. In some that actually had a kitchen, I think Clara Barton was one of them. There was a kitchen there, but it was like a closet. So if we're going to improve the food quality for our students, I would hope that some assessment of those kitchens, whether they exist or they do not exist, what we need to do to improve the food service to the students. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Herndon. Director Leonard?
Just a couple of questions. Nothing. I'm pretty much a lot of the questions I have are going. I'll just put them in writing and send them to administration. I'm looking over different things. I think some clarification. So $68 million is being set aside for facility additions and or improvements. So I want to make sure I have that number correct, because I also have a number of 125 million, but I think that I'm looking at two different sets of budget numbers from two different conversations. So that's one question, and I'll let you answer that.
Thank you. Administration, can you clarify that, please?
Chair O'Halloran, members of the board, in ESSER 2, we set aside $53 million. And then in ESSER 3, we are proposing $68 million, which is a grand total of $121 million.
Sounds good. Director Leonard, does that answer your question?
That answers one, and then
I'll give you one more.
Give me one more. Okay. So I'm assuming that we're not seeing anything about art and music in the ESSER 3 is because we were dealing with it mostly in ESSER 2. So I'm making an assumption, but is that correct?
Administration?
Chair O'Halloran, members of the board, we had it in ESSER 2, but there are some also in ESSER 3 in the athletics piece. With the groups and clubs, there's some dollars that's set aside there.
I did see that. Thank you. I'm good.
Anything else?
Administration, do you have anything to add? Sounds like you're...
Chair O'Halloran, members of the board, in accelerated learning, there's also additional music dollars that are set aside there as well.
Okay. Thank you for that clarification. We appreciate it. And then we'll move to Director Peterson.
Thank you. Just a couple specific things. One is, I know our youth and our staff have talked a lot about restorative practices, and in different ways we have slowly increased restorative practice programs in different schools. I wonder if there's anything, or you could edify us in terms of what might be in this budget that relates to restorative practices. And then I have another question.
Administration.
Chair O'Halloran, members of the committee, Travis Pinter, manager of school psychology and allied health. There is a line item in there on restorative practices coaches. It maintains 5 more coaches. You'll see it under the health and wellness section. That is in addition to some line items we had in 2 as well. So that program is growing. It's a centralized program right now, and those coaches allow them to reach out to even more schools. They have less of a caseload, and they're doing more work, working on that framework that you spoke of.
Is there PD for those coaches as well? Both the ones that we have and the new ones that we bring on board?
Yes, Chair O'Halloran, members of the committee, there is PD, and again, a lot of those line items were in 2. We didn't continue them into 3 because they were already allotted, but that was part of it as well.
Thank you.
And do you have another question?
Yes, I do.
Yes.
Yes. I know in our after-school programs, which I support, the extracurricular activities, it varies. It includes, we heard, clubs and athletics. I also know that for many years in the district, there was what was called Schedule E, which paid teachers to run some of those clubs and athletics. And that Schedule E was quite a comprehensive program that basically affected and supported all schools. And I wonder what the relationship might be between some of the features of Schedule E and what the administration has in mind in terms of supporting clubs. And if you can't answer this now, but it'd be fine if you did in down the next couple of weeks.
Administration.
Good evening, Chair O'Halloran, President Peterson, members of the committee, Lynn Greb, Director of Recreation. We do have several lines in the extracurricular engagement section that mentions mini grants to schools for clubs, and we've broken it out according to a bucket for wellness, a bucket for arts, a bucket for STEM, a bucket for kind of other miscellaneous clubs that the schools want to get going. And we envision that to be a model after the Schedule E concept. So it is something that's included.
Thank you.
Thank you. Director Simpson.
Thank you, Director O'Halloran. So just kind of to harp on the nutrition thing again, just a comment that, I think it's, if we're looking at, doing some work with establishing like some type of a centralized area for, really looking at our food, that we really have to spend and invest some money in time and looking at what we're serving our students and how we're serving that food to them. So that's just a comment. I do have a question with, looking at just that idea of resources and gaps. So there's money set aside on page 26 for classroom furniture, and it talks about, that. And then I know somewhere in here was also some money set aside for like libraries and books. I'm just wondering how we're determining where that money is going to go per school, because some schools have a lot, so this is icing on the cake, and some schools are very bare bones and they're just looking for the ingredients to put the cake together. So like, how are we going to make sure that schools that have the cake aren't getting the icing and schools that need the ingredients are getting what they need? Sorry.
Just go on the record, I think all people deserve icing on their cake. But administration, can you speak to how some of these decisions will be made? I think this actually kind of goes back to the question that Director Simpson had asked before. So, and I think some of us have had that same question. How are the decisions within these priorities getting made, where resources will go?
Chair O'Halloran, Director Simpson, members of the committee, John Hill, Director of College for Readiness. With regards to the furniture, that was based on a per pupil allocation. So depending on how many students you have in your school, you would be funded at that rate. And then the idea would be there's a specific menu of appropriate classroom furniture, because it has to meet all of the safety guidelines and things of that nature, that the school community could select based on their specific school needs. So if they have a certain classroom rotation where they're renovating classrooms systematically through the building, they could do that. And as far as the library books go, that would be something we would work with our library leadership to kind of assess and look at the inventories at the schools to see which schools really have the greatest need in that area. And
excuse me, Director O'Halloran, Director Simpson, members of the committee, Sean Kane, Interim Director for Facilities and Maintenance. On top of what Dr. Hill was also talking about, just going back to furniture, but also the thought was it was a per pupil basis being allocated for each school. But we think this would be a great opportunity for the school leaders to work with the regional superintendents to kind of take a look and not only facilities, do an assessment. I'll be honest, one of the things that I do see is like cafeteria tables. This is a great opportunity to have a lot of outdated furniture such as that replaced, but also the classroom furniture piece, but also, like you said, some of the library pieces that are there. I would have school leaders take a look at what I'd say not so much their wish list, but also their need list. They have some outdated furniture, and this presents a great opportunity to get some stuff purged out and get some modernized stuff put into place from the furniture aspect.
Chair O'Halloran and members of the board, one of the things that you have heard consistently is that this whole thing around common school fund for the library, everyone will get their cost as far as per student, but also there are some schools that will need more because they may not have a library and may need to have one done or whatever the situation. The same thing when Sean was talking about the furniture and tables or cafeteria tables. There may be there may be schools within the district that needs brand new tables, and there may be other schools in the district that may have just gotten tables. So therefore, we will be looking at it from that perspective as well, because we have a priority of where they are as a school community.
Thank you. Director Simpson, do you have follow-up?
Yeah, so I just to clarify, I think, thank you, Superintendent. I think you maybe got it, what I was trying to say, that like some schools really don't need some of these resources as desperately as other schools do. So that idea of, funds being per pupil, like for some things that's a wonderful formula. I'm just, I just caution, I'm not sure with some of these resources that the per pupil funding is the best way to go, because we just clearly, just walking around schools in District 2, there are some that look beautiful and have a ton of resources, and some that just really are in desperate need. So I just, hope that all of that plays into making these decisions. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Simpson. I'm going to go to Director Taylor, and then I'll go to see if Matt Chasen or Office of Accountability and Efficiency have any questions or comments. Director Taylor?
Thank you. I have a few, so I'll just try to hold them and maybe email the rest of them. When I heard about the outdoor classrooms as well, it was something that sparked their interest, but then I'm thinking that we have issues and challenges inside of the building. So what would an outdoor classroom look like?
Thank you. Administration, can you walk us through what an outdoor classroom looks like? I will say that my community schools of Lucky was very excited to talk about this potential. So I would love to hear administration's comments on this as well.
Chair O'Halloran, Director Taylor, members of the committee, Sean Kane, Interim Director for Facilities and Maintenance. So what we're doing as part of the ESSER 2 with the IPT teams that I mentioned previously at the AFP and other board meetings is the 4 teams, they're also doing assessments at each site. Some schools have already had playground reconstructions related to green infrastructures. And some of the sites that we're looking at that you kind of would say, they already have an outdoor classroom. They may have, like, we'll say, like a mini amphitheater of some sorts. They would probably be presented the opportunity if they want like a shade structure put above there. What we're working through right now as we speak as part of these outdoor classrooms, as well, is we're trying to kind of come up with like 3 or 4 prototypes. And the prototypes might consist of something where someone just wants benches or like a wraparound bench setting, kind of more, I guess, natural landscape where they want to do something along those lines. Somewhere like, for instance, what we did at Starm's Early Childhood, where we put an upright structure that also allowed some educational opportunities, seeing how rainwater comes down, going into rain barrels, etc. So those are the type of, we're trying to come up with 3 prototypes that we're also trying to look at a way to make this as an MPS brand that we're going to place these throughout all the sites. That if someone drove by, they go, yeah, that's an MPS school because they're looking at that outdoor structure. So we're trying to keep consistent, but allow school leaders and whatnot to check on those things. So right now, as we speak, the goal is, I'd say by Thanksgiving, is that we're trying to get these prototypes in place. And kind of answering a question to Director Taylor, where some sites may not be very conducive to have like an outdoor structure, where there might be opportunities where, as part of that remodeling funds that we just talked about for $68 million, that they want to maybe invest and use those funds for something on the inside. They may want to do a STEM lab or do something or remodeling with their library remodeling. They may, that kind of would curtail into library furniture. So those are the things that we're trying to allow flexibility for all the schools and the school leaders to work within their school communities and come up with ideas of what makes best suited for the funds that could be used at that site. So we're in the process right now of getting those outdoor classrooms, and part of that is that assessment piece, determine what makes sense. Because a lot of times too, if you look at like middle school and high school, the goal is probably maybe do an extension of their cafeteria for outdoor seating to allow students to socially distance but socially engage with each other. This is kind of a perfect example. This comes to mind is maybe even Riverside High School. They already kind of have that outdoor patio space, but it might even make sense to put a structure above there so it allows them to extend that cafeteria. So again, we're trying to work with school leaders and school communities to kind of see what works best for them and what they're looking for.
Thank you, Director Taylor.
Yeah. Thank you for that. It gives me a better vision because when I think about Wisconsin and Milwaukee, I also think about the cold weather. And so I was just saying that this will be a classroom that can probably only be utilized when it's nice. And so I was a little concerned about spending so much money if we couldn't use it throughout the year. Another thing I just didn't see in there, and maybe I missed it, is when I think about like driver's ed and after school and a tutoring program. I just got information today that there were over $5,000 stolen cars. And I know MPS cannot be the end all be all, but I think this is one of the times where the One Milwaukee can come together on all local levels and do something in reference to driver's education, the school to prison pipeline, and how or what does that look like. I did skim through it, but I haven't looked in depth at all of the information that we were sent today. So is there anything that is inside of ESSER 3 that can align with this, or something that we should be taking an initiative with as well too?
Thank you, Director Taylor. Administration, can you speak to driver's ed? I think there is a line item in there.
I might have missed it.
Cheryl Halloran, members of the board, and we have a line item in there for $1.7 million for that purpose. And our regular budget and our estimate around $600,000 is set aside as well. We have also been in conversations with the county around this, as well as we've had some conversations with the city around this. And then the whole piece that we're involved with, the One Milwaukee piece, there's been conversations at the table around what that will look like as how we could work together to pool more resources together. I've had a number of alderpersons to give me a call about what we can do to support one another around that when it comes to reckless driving in the city and making sure young people are, getting their license and things of that nature so that they go to and from work. And so all of those things we're still having conversations with all of the governmental agencies around that particular work.
Thank you. I'm gonna go, Director Taylor, did you say you have like a ton of questions still? Do you want to do one more?
One more, and the other one was in reference to the water station. And as I was going out to my schools, I had very few schools that had them. And I know this was some of the funding that happened at ESSER 2, where all of the schools were stated to receive the water stations. But then I'm seeing at ESSER 3, we also allocated monies for that. So are we adding on to the water stations they already have? And then where will be a tentative date that the schools will receive these?
Thank you. Yes, that also has come up in conversations. Can you speak to the timeline and then what these additional funds would purchase? Or is it, can you speak to that issue, please?
Cheryl Halloran and members of the board, I'm going to work backwards. I said $600,000, $800,000 in the regular budget for set aside for driver's ed, and then the 1.7 that's estimated in ESSER 3. Sean, will you go over with the filling stations, please?
Yes. Cheryl Halloran, Director Taylor, members of the committee, Sean Kane, Interim Director of Facilities and Maintenance. For the water bottle stations, over the years, there's been school-funded projects and some smaller partnership projects where we've been installing those units throughout. Right now we have ESSER 2 IPD teams doing that assessment throughout. As part of that, we did have some capital projects that we were kind of, no pun intended, dipping our toe in the water, trying to get a sense of what the availability was for these units and what was the lead time on things. So we're moving forward, but yes, as part of ESSER 3, the goal is to, once the assessments are done, which is currently those 4 IPD contractors are working on, and we're going to take a look at what makes sense that ideally we want to put. The high schools are probably going to get more compared to a smaller elementary school, because again, you're trying to look where we have the existing locations where they are. We want to swap that out. If there's a bank, we're only going to swap out one of, not do it side by side to be economical about this. But we're looking to provide it so students won't have to walk all the way around the building to go to a certain area to fill up a water bottle. So that's the goal for the typical sites. Then also, the bigger sites where we got the high school and middle school programs, and ideally if we can for the elementary, we're going to take the look to see if we can also introduce them into the gymnasium area and the cafeteria. But yes, the goal is to pretty much go through the whole district and get them all covered within the 3-year time period. If we can do it sooner, we'll see what we can, but we just got to work with the availability of material and labor.
Thank you. I'm going to go on to Mr. Matt Chasen in Office of Accountability and Efficiency.
Thank you, Chair O'Halloran, Matt Chasen, Office of Accountability and Efficiency. Dr. Mann has already very effectively communicated my first talking point. I only have one remaining, and that's that I just want to make sure that it's understood for all the stakeholders that while the district does have fairly broad latitude in selecting what it can purchase with the ESSER funds, it does not have broad latitude in how it can go about those procurements. It's an important distinction that speaks to our competitive bidding requirements. I just want to make sure that was understood as early on in the conversation with stakeholders as we could make it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chasen. To piggyback off of that question, are we building into this just the processes for tracking, like compliance purposes, to make sure that if, they come back and audit us, that we're following the correct procedures? Do we have that sort of housekeeping built into the plan to make sure we're complying with requirements?
Director O'Halloran, members of the committee, Martha Kreitzman, Chief Financial Officer. We have about 1.1 million in the budget for administrative, and that's just for overall administration to ensure that we're following the correct processes. We also, as we engaged with the community organizations, made it clear that we have to follow our procurement process. And part of that process would be to have competitive bidding. And we also have in each of the areas either some staffing or LTEs that will help with making sure each of the priority areas are doing what they said in the plan, because it's not only making sure we follow all the rules of the federal government and our own rules and guidelines, it's making sure we do what we said we would do in our plan when we submit our application. We're also audited, by the way, on our funds, and I'm sure this will become part of our audit, our yearly audit.
Thank you so much for going into that detail. I appreciate it. At this time, we can go through on another round of questions. If there are still outstanding questions, I see at least one board member nodding their head. Director Carr.
Thank you. I had a question for clarification. In the plan, it lays out, I think, about 10 million for tutoring. Does that include tutoring for all students in the district or just specific schools? Can you walk me through the rationale behind that?
Thank you. And while I'm just going to piggyback on that, one of the questions I had was how the service delivery model would be, because some people were wondering if that's meant to be virtual or if you're going to have people in the building. So if you can speak as you're speaking to the schools, how it will look, please. Thanks.
Chair O'Halloran, Director Carr, members of the committee, John Hill, Director of College Career Readiness. There are several tutoring items within the ESSER 3 budget. So I will first speak to the tutoring and the accelerated learning, the 10 million that Director Carr referenced. What is in there is really 3 different types. So we looked at school-based tutoring, which would be school staff tutoring the students at the school, either before, after, on Saturdays, and then additionally at twilight centers. The other two models that we are put in there would be during the school day tutoring. So one would be for literacy tutoring for primary grades to help students who are struggling with reading. And the other is based on a model, a very successful model out of Houston Independent School District, the Apollo 20 program, and that is an in-school math tutoring for high school students. Math typically is a gatekeeper course for students, so we kind of tried to strike a balance of making sure elementary students were supported with their reading and literacy skills, and high school students would receive that in-school support for the math that many of them struggle with. So, and then I believe there is tutoring in the extracurricular, and that is a virtual tutoring model, and I think Lynn can speak more to that.
Hello, Chair O'Halloran, Director Carr, members of the committee, Lynn Greb, Director of Recreation. Yes, we also have included in our proposal a line item for virtual tutoring on demand, as well as supports also for some of our athletic teams, like breakfast club tutoring, programming like that, specifically to help student athletes stay eligible for athletics. But back to the on-demand, there is a line. We have a $2 million set aside for that opportunity as well.
Thank you. And so I think Director Carr was asking, would that be at all schools then? Or so like the in-school tutoring, then that would be at every school, or is that for select schools?
Director O'Halloran, members of the committee, it would be open to all schools. Obviously, a lot of it will depend on our ability to get tutors. So we are kind of, it's supply and demand, so to speak, with regards to securing tutors.
Okay.
Chair O'Halloran, members of the board, also knowing that those tutors could be existing staff as well when they have that time to be able to provide that service, whether it's before school, after school, or whatever the situation may be.
Okay, thank you. Director Carr, do you have follow-up on that?
I don't have a follow-up on that. I have one more question, and then the rest,
okay,
if at all possible. So my other question, to address the mental health piece. I believe the plan states that 12.6 million will be allocated to address mental health, and then I think a little over, or maybe a little under 12 million for social emotional learning. Will that service be available to all schools throughout the entire district as well? Because it should be prioritized. Like, we hear a lot about masks, we hear a lot about social distancing, we hear a lot about teachers, but we have to have an aggressive, robust plan to address mental health and make it available to all children throughout the district. So is it in the plan to provide those services to all schools throughout the district?
Administration?
Chair O'Halloran, Director Carr, members of the committee, Travis Pinter, Manager of School Psychology and Allied Health. Yes, I'm happy to report that those services broadly, as you stated them, are available to, we got to drill down a bit on those broad categories, but say the teletherapy I was talking about, or the SCPMH I was talking about would be for all schools. We would receive one or the other. The SEL, some of the larger SEL funding was discretionary funding that each and every school would have at their disposal toward programming like that. So yes, much of what we've designed under those sections in mental health and SEL were for all schools.
Thank you.
Okay, and then we will go to Director Garcia.
Yeah, so my question is in regards to the facilities, I guess like line items. I would just like to get administration's, I guess, take on it. Like, is there any portions that you feel would be able to be moved to the extension fund at all?
Administration.
Chair O'Halloran, Director Garcia, Martha Kreitzman, Chief Financial Officer. If you're talking about facilities in the extracurricular engagement area, much of this has to do with our facilities like for athletics, and that is something that we fund out of our board funds, so it cannot be used for extension funds. We did, however, as we were looking at reductions in the extracurricular engagement area, looked at several of the items and said, well, that could be used out of our extension fund. And so I marked notes on those, and we did reductions as we saw fit. And not that we wouldn't do these things necessarily, but we could move where we do them out of.
Thank you, Director Garcia. Do you have a follow-up on that, or would you like to ask another? You're good? All right. Director Gokul Gandhi?
I wanted to go back to, can't remember who brought it up, but making sure that the schools who need the most get the most. I haven't heard a super clear answer on how that's determined. So could you just either clarify or walk us through the process again on how you make those proportional allocations?
Thank you. Administration.
Chair O'Halloran and members of the board, one of the things that I can truly say to you is that what we are, that is, you talk about a task, that is not an easy task because no one school is created the same. And so therefore, what one school will need, another school may not need. That is the purpose of what we try to do with our budget carousels, to kind of walk through to see what's needed. We're working with our school community around what's needed and how do we go about doing those kinds of things. But also we have to make sure that there's some level of basic funds that go basically to everyone. And then there's, like, for instance, let's use the library. For instance, if there's a library that's up and running, we could use the common school funds and to set aside dollars to go there. But a school that is not up and running, we have to go above the common school funds because we may have to put shelving in. We got to bring up books, things of this nature to get them ready to go. So those kinds of things. And in that situation, it will cost more to do just that. And the purpose that we have is our library media specialist person that will be able to talk about and know exactly what's listed at each one of those libraries and what we need to do to bring them up to standard. And we have different factors that play into that, like my very own library. You got individual businesses that are filling up some libraries, and they are going to be a step ahead. And so therefore, how do we bring them to that level, and looking at what we need to do to bring all of our schools to that level? So we are doing those kinds of things to make sure there are some things that all of our students will need. When we talk about furniture in schools, when we're doing a refresh right now with K4 and K5, that's all over the city. We're doing that because that is standard, that all over. There are some things that are not that way, and we have to do everything that we can. Like we talk about music or band. In one location, if we will have a band with everything, with all the instruments, everything that's needed, and we may be just starting a band at another location, so we are putting more emphasis and more money and more dollars over in those areas.
Chair O'Halloran, just to follow up. So, as I was hearing Common Ground testify again today about giving X amount of dollars to all schools to make some localized decisions. It seems like there are two buckets of money, right? One is that all schools, there are like 7 things that all schools need. And then there's another bucket of money that's more specialized that addresses the needs of each individual school. So I'm just thinking out loud and asking you on your philosophy of this, why wouldn't we just give X amount of per pupil dollars to each school to give them kind of freedom of choice and allow them to make those local decisions?
Administration.
And Chair O'Halloran and members of the board, one of the things that we have to look at is the guidelines we have with these dollars. We have to be able to track how we spent every single one of these dollars. And also when we send out dollars out to schools and decisions are made, that is a tracking nightmare to be able to do, to track in all of those areas there. That's the reason we come up with a menu of services that individuals could select from. And then there's a tracking device that we go with the menu of services. And leaders will still have their choice. And we have a great menu of services that they can go for and do those kinds of things. And I would just recommend if we're going to do the dollar amount, we do it with board dollars or some other dollars that we're able to do those kinds of things. But these dollars with restrictions, and I'll let Martha talk about that, of how we're going to be able to track this over time for these 3 years. And so that's the reason we come up with that menu of service. Martha?
Chair O'Halloran, members of the committee, Martha Kreitzman, Chief Financial Officer. I looked through the different areas where we have menus of services or mini grants, some of them call them, and there was $37.6 million set aside altogether for schools to make those choices in various areas.
Director Gogol-Gandhi, and then we'll go to Director Herndon. Do you have a parting comment on this topic?
Yeah, I'm confused. So I'm hearing 2 things. So we are doing that. We are sending money from ESSER funds for schools to make localized decisions, or we're not.
Administration.
Chair O'Halloran, Director Gogol-Gandhi, members of the committee, Martha Kreitzman, Chief Financial Officer. In the different areas like accelerating learning, health and wellness, extracurricular engagement, and even in facilities, there is areas where they set aside money for either mini grants or a menu of services. For example, there's family and community engagement money set aside that schools can decide what to do within family and community engagement with that funding. There's a school staff retreat under accelerating learning for school improvement, and schools will be able to determine how to do that professional development. There's social emotional learning funding set aside, $3.2 million for schools to have a menu of services. There's clubs. Many of the clubs are, while there might be kind of a focus for them, the different clubs, they still can choose how to go about that in their schools. And then there's the furniture that was talked about earlier.
So it sounds like it's kind of a hybrid approach. So there is some latitude, but within parameters. Do you feel like that's clarified for you, Director Gogol-Gandhi?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, thanks. Director Herndon, do you have any more comments or questions?
A couple of them.
Ooh.
One, I don't know who brought it up, but about the water filling stations. And I'm sure most of us have been getting emails talking about schools lacking those. And I thought I heard administration say that this was scheduled over a 3-year period. And I'm concerned because dealing with COVID, we need those like yesterday. So I'd like more information on that timeline for that. The other thing is that, speaking of the mental health, school counselors, I've also heard from young people about the need in their high schools, especially to have the ability to speak with a counselor because the ratio is so out of whack, 600 kids to one counselor. And under the COVID circumstances, that's certainly not acceptable. I know that out of the referendum funding, we put some money towards counselors before we ever knew this COVID thing was going on. But is that a priority is what I'd like to know. That's it.
Thank you. So it sounds like we have two issues. Can we return to the timeline for the water filling stations? And if it is going to be over 3 years, are there any alternatives that can either collapse that timeline or provide an alternative? And then where are we at with our current ratios for the counselors, the student to counselor ratios? And is there anything within ESSER to improve those ratios?
Yes.
Chair O'Halloran and members of the board, one of the things that I would say is that we have worked with the school administration and all of the schools to have a plan to make sure the students are able to get water and be hydrated at all times. We have bubblers in the building that turn and they are leaving them open. We have the kinds that they push and we are holding it, holding it so that they can continue to run. They have situations where they are allowed to fill bottles, fill cups, or whatever to make sure that they are safe. And so I just want to make you aware of that. And then in some of our buildings, we already have the watering station, filling stations there. So that's the process that's in place now. And I'll allow Sean to share with us where are we with contractors around getting all schools up to where we need to be. Sean?
Thank you, Dr. Posley. Chair O'Halloran, Director Herndon, members of the committee, Sean Kane, Interim Director for Facilities and Maintenance Services. Yeah, we are aggressively trying to move forward with the water bottle stations. And one of the things is working with procurement 3.09 board policies. That's one of the things that our department was very creative in trying to aggressively move forward. That's why we worked through recently, working with the city attorney to work with our construction contracts and how we solicited the bids for this. And this is why we do have those 4 IPD contractors, to be quite honest. That is our best approach, because otherwise, if we would have had to follow our typical process, we would be far, far behind. So right now, they're doing the assessments of taking a look at where we need these units. And we're also trying to be aggressive and taking steps ahead as working with the local supplier. And again, we got to make sure that we follow procurement 3.09, but also, as everyone was talking about, Ms. Kreisman and also Mr. Chasen said, there's a DPI reporting system that we have to follow and adhere to. So we want to make sure that we're making this clean and going the best route as possible. But keep in mind is that everybody is doing water bottle stations across the country, if not the world. So right now, it's not so much we have the labor to get it done. It's just getting the material. And a lot of these units, hate to say it, they're coming from overseas. And a lot of the stuff that we're trying to do, we're trying to find ways to expedite as much as possible, get these units installed. As I said, the 3-year term is that's the time that we have to do it. Do we want to get it done quicker? Absolutely. That's our goal. And right now, like I said, I'm thankful that we have 4 IPD contractors versus 1 trying to take on this monstrous task of getting these installed across the district. So my goal is not 3 years. I want to get this done as soon as possible. So just rest assured, we're hitting the pedal on this.
Thank you.
And then thank you for explaining the sense of urgency. I think we all appreciate that. And then there was a question around school counselor ratios.
Go ahead. Okay. Chair O'Halloran, members of the committee, Dr. Hill will be speaking in just a moment. Travis Pinter, Manager of Psych Services and Allied Health. I wanted to speak first about what's in ESSER related to that and also overall ratios, because I want us to also to remember that when we're talking about access to support staff mental health, we have school psychologists and social workers as well. And we are committed to having very good ratios across all 3 of those units. And I can say that among the 3, we're somewhere around 175 to 1 if we think of some of their services as interchangeable in terms of mental health support. And also in ESSER,
We have some positions, despite those really strong ratios, we do have some position hirings in there as well for 5 counselors, 5 psychologists, and 5 social workers as well. I think it's actually 8 social workers, but we secured 3 and 2. So I'll let Dr. Hill speak to the council.
Cheryl Halloran, and Director Herndon, members of the committee, John Hill, College Career Readiness. Looking at the 2021 third Friday counts with our referendum positions, we were able to get the high school ratio to, if we just look at counselors, not with social workers and psychologists, we were able to get the ratio to 262 to 1 at the high schools. So we were able to make some significant gains there. At the middle schools, it was approximately 347. And at our multi-age, then we start to go up a little bit to 451, because what we do is we use a allocation, and the allocations are different based on grade levels. And part of it is due to the services that elementary do versus high school. So school counselors assigned to elementary schools, they don't have the same duties and responsibilities as a high school counselor does. So their percent of time meeting with students individually is much lower. So the bulk of their work is going to be more going in and doing those classroom lessons that Ms. King spoke about at our committee meeting. So their time is spent through the teaching at school counseling curriculum. And when we place these referendum positions, as well as as we tried to place the ESSER positions, we looked at equity in terms of, as well as kind of restoring some of the positions that had been cut. So we were able to move a number of the high schools back up to multiple counselors. And with the ESSER positions, Ms. King is looking at using the risk assessment data to place, because the focus was around mental health, to place those counselors at the schools that had high incidences of youth with the risk assessment behaviors.
Thank you. Director, does that answer?
Yeah. He kind of alluded to what I was thinking, which is there are some schools that have a greater need than others, due to sometimes the way that we assign students into some of the schools that need extra services, so that one school may have a population of say 200 to 300 students that need those services versus another high school that may only have like 50 students that need those services. And that's what I was looking for, is there an opportunity to make sure that the services are provided versus, with the head count that a particular school needs versus just the blanket, say 262 to 1 type thing. And that's it.
Okay. Thank you. Director Leonard, do you have questions, follow up, or are you going to take further questions offline? All right. Looks like Director Leonard will stay. Director Peterson, do you have any questions or comments?
Yeah, a couple of comments. One is exactly on the questions that board members are going to ask the administration. If our Office of Board Governance could coordinate us all getting those answers, and obviously then be open to the public to see the answers as well.
So noted.
Thank you. The other suggestion I have for the administration is the putting together a separate list of all the opportunities that exist within this budget for schools to use a menu to get some additional funds for specific projects, and just because I know they're sprinkled throughout the document, and that would just let the public in schools
Director
know.
Peterson, I
Yeah.
think you need to move your mic away from your mask because as you're speaking, it sounds a little muffled. So
Okay, got it.
perfect. So what I heard, and you can tell me if I'm wrong, is that you would like to hear what the menu of options would be for schools to select from if that can be made available. Is that correct? Okay. And then, yes, take it from there.
Okay, and you heard me say about the questions, and this, as did Dr. Mann.
Yes.
Yes, and I will stop asking questions right now, and if I have any more, I will put them in writing.
Perfect. Thank you so much. Director Simpson?
I will not ask any more questions, but I'll just add one final comment, just that just really, asking that we do everything we can to pour resources into our schools for this year, just to get us through, hopefully, people getting vaccinated, the age of children being able to be vaccinated has come down, so hopefully this will help us. But, we've really clearly heard that schools are suffering and need our support. So, my first question was about sort of that triage system that we really prioritize, like what do we need to get through this year to pour resources into our schools with PPE and, the ventilation systems, to just get help in whatever way we can support our schools and our staff and our students. So, and now I'm done.
Thank you, Director Simpson. Director Taylor?
Yeah, just one more just for tonight. We heard about the being short staffed, but also that some of the paras and ACHs are like picking up the slack. Is there anything within this funding that can allocate more hours for those individuals, seeing that they are a pertinent part of our children's education as well?
Administration?
Chair O'Halloran and members of the board, yes, there are funds set aside. We have funds set aside to increase hours for various job classes. So that is a part of that. And I would just remind you, everything that we have in this ESSER 3 budget applies and goes to schools and students.
Thank you. Director Taylor, do you feel like that answers that's responsive, or do you have any follow-up questions?
It is responsive. I guess I'll just dive deeper unless they can send it to us or let me know exactly what was the line item for those increased hours for those individuals or staff, because I didn't see it.
Director O'Halloran, or Chair O'Halloran, Director Taylor, members of the committee, Martha Kreitzman, Chief Financial Officer. There's $7.5 million set aside on page 8, and it's actually one of the, and maybe the only gold-colored number on that page, because it was considered mitigating learning loss, and it's additional hours for school staff, and that included such as paraprofessionals, sign language interpreters, children health assistants, etc.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. And then I'm just going to put myself at the end here, and then I can come back around and see if anybody has any extra. Otherwise, people can follow up with administration. I had asked for kind of a snapshot of where the vacancies are, because I get calls from people around CLC, around, to Director Taylor's point, right now, paras are covering some of the vacancies in other ways. And so I just kind of was trying to understand where the vacancies are. So if we wanted to make amendments to address that, either if it's a pay issue, just trying to understand where are our gaps. And I want to echo Director Simpson's point that, like, frankly, I would be pleased as Punch to spend all of this money just on facilities, right? But like we are currently in a very bad situation in a lot of our schools where their funding might be there, but people aren't. And so I just want to make sure that to the extent possible, we're filling the gaps right now in the short term and trying to find ways to invest this in the long term. So is there any way you can provide to us an understanding of where the current gaps are and then how we can address that with this ESSER funding? Or if it's addressed perhaps in another way and I'm just not seeing it.
Chair O'Halloran, members of the board, yes, we will be happy to provide that to you. But also I would just echo that we have vacancies in teaching. All of our teaching areas are open: paras, administrators, food service helpers, building service helpers, safeties, and the list goes on. So we will be able to get that information to you right away. So we have Adrian Matalini can echo any other sentiments.
Chair O'Halloran, members of the committee, Adrian Matalini, Chief of Human Resources. I would say when it comes to our vacancies, the concern is there's probably a handful of schools that are experiencing large numbers of vacancies. You could have certain schools that may have upwards of 6 or 8 vacancies, and that kind of are really our trouble areas that we want to focus on. But the other schools tend to have anywhere between 1 to 3 vacancies when it comes to teaching staff. So we could definitely outline and tell you exactly, which schools are the ones that have the high numbers, tell you all the vacancies of which schools, but there's definitely certain areas. In the early start schools, definitely the high schools with the content specific courses and classes that definitely tend to have more vacancies.
Thank you. Yeah, and some of the vacancies I heard when I was speaking with one of my principals was saying that, his engineer is doing a lot because they don't have the building service helper. And then you have the kitchen manager, teachers are filling in some of the kitchen staff because there's not so it just sounds like there's a lot of everybody's taking an all hands on deck approach, but it just I'm not sure if that's sustainable over the long term. And so I was hoping to just understand where those vacancies are and see if there's any way that we can assist with that. And I know that HR is doing everything, so this is not an accusation. I know that we've been doing the job fairs. I see the posts on social media. I see it up on the billboards. I know we're reaching out. So just trying to understand how we can assist with that. So thank you for that. With that concludes my question. I think we've gone through several rounds now, and I think most people have given me, how about you just raise your hand if you have a question? I see Director Gokul Gandhi.
I'm not sure if this has been asked for, but would you also be able to provide, once you, either if you have it now or once you develop it, an itemized investment by school? So once you figure out, which schools are getting what, it would be really helpful to see how, for what you can, right? So for facilities, and I know some of these services are being offered to all students, like tutoring, but any school specific investment, I think it would be really helpful to see a list of that.
Administration?
Martha.
Chair O'Halloran, Director Gokul Gandhi, members of the committee, Martha Kreitzman, Chief Financial Officer. Some of the opportunities in specific schools are still going to be looked at because we want to make sure we're looking at it from an equity lens. We want to look at some of the assessments we've already done on schools. We're currently going through our regional resolution rooms for our budget, so we learn much about each school as we go through that process. So we would be bringing back specific schools to the board on some of these items. And there are some places where schools are listed. If you look in the extracurricular engagement and some of those facility points that they have, they did list some of those sites.
Yeah, and I get that it's an iterative process, but I think it would be helpful to either, be brought in like halfway through where you're, like, okay, we've gone through a couple rounds of edits on this. And, I just think it gets difficult when you get it and then you're supposed to make a decision about it the next day, right? It doesn't give anybody any time to think or digest. So is it possible to get, I don't know what your timeline looks like for all of the other allocations that you have, but would it be possible to get a list of investment by school for whatever is not currently listed in the line item budget?
Administration.
Director O'Halloran, members of the committee, Martha Kreitzman, Chief Financial Officer. For each of the line items, we plan on telling you how many schools we can serve. To tell you the specific schools at this point may be difficult.
Sure. So when would that be? For example, in one of the line items for music, we're going to continue the traveling music program, right? So clearly those 4 teachers that are going to be allocated aren't going to be going to all the schools. They're going to be going to 4 or some number of schools. So I guess the question is, at what point do you determine what those schools are?
Administration.
Chair O'Halloran, Director Gulkanganti, members of the committee, Martha Kreitzman, Chief Financial Officer. We'll do our best to provide information that we're ready to do that. Some of them I know, especially with the facility pieces, we wouldn't be doing that at this time, but be bringing those items separately.
Chair O'Halloran and members of the board, by all means, we want to do the request and wish of the board, but this is one that is real difficult to get in front of, and we are just being totally honest around that, and we will give you what we can pull together.
And I appreciate that. And truly, I would rather you just say, at this time, or we don't have a timeline. I don't want you to promise me anything that you can't get to us. I think it's just a matter of being kept in loop and having us be committed to making equitable decisions and sharing that responsibility with you. So I think that's just the point I'm trying to make. And I'm going to raise it again when we have another meeting. This is the part that makes me a little bit nervous, is that we have a shared responsibility with you. And I know that you know that, but at some point we will have to determine where these dollars are going and which particular schools they're going to. And I think a lot of the questions presented today by many of my colleagues have gotten down to that point. So I think if we can have more discussion about this offline, I think that this is a particular piece that makes me, that responsibility is pretty huge.
Chair O'Halloran and members of the board, we will be more than happy to have conversations offline because it's a moving target, because that means that we would be, going through doing something that could very well change with an amendment or whatever the situation may be. So I just think, and even if we can bring it back even at a later time after things are approved and those kinds of things, it makes it much easier for the administration to be able to follow that.
Thank you. I appreciate the kind of insight into that process.
Right. Going on, I see 2 hands and going alphabetically. I'm going to start with Director Garcia, then I'll go to Director Taylor.
My question is in regards to, through this process, what are the opportunities for continued community input? Like, I know that the survey, like, how much longer is that going to be available? Should folks be just emailing? Should, like, what does that look like for, you know, kind of getting input as close as we can to when decision making is happening?
Administration.
Cheryl Halloran, members of the board. The survey number 2 will still be up there. We even still have survey number 1 up as well, and we can take a look at that. But we will take any information. But right now, we have come to you with a balanced budget, and so therefore, we will take a look at any information that's shared with us, and we will be transparent and share that information with you as we receive it.
Thank you. And I would just ask to kind of piggyback on that if, so understanding that this is kind of fluid, I think was the word that Ms. Kreitzman had used. So that if there is something down the line, if we get community input, you know, after we have moved forward, if there are areas where we can tweak it, is there a chance to address that at a later date?
Director O'Halloran, or Chair O'Halloran, I'm sorry. Members of the committee, Martha Kreitzman, Chief Financial Officer, and that is a good point that this input can help us later as we're making revisions. I also believe the input can help us as we're creating our budget next spring. So I think any community input helps us with our processes. It'll also help us as we go after other funding to know what the priorities are.
Thank you so much. Okay, and then I'm going to go to Director Taylor, and I see Director Peterson's hand after that.
Thank you, Chair O'Halloran. I just wanted to ask in reference to Montessori. I had one of my schools reach out to me with some of their family and community members. I thought they were going to get on tonight. But is there anything that we're doing to enhance that or expand Montessori resources or services we provide in the district?
Administration?
Cheryl Halloran and members of the board. To answer that question, we didn't call out any particular program, Montessori, language immersion, arts. We didn't call out any of those programs. All of those dollars that are set aside can be used for those purposes as well.
Thank you. And then I see Director Peterson.
Thank you. I just wanted to make clear to our listening audience something that I think is clear to board members, but it had to do with your concern, Dr. O'Halloran, around vacancies. And that is to say that the reason we have vacancies is not because we didn't allocate money for those positions. The money is already allocated for those positions. The reason we have vacancies is much more complex than that. We have to recruit people to work in MPS, and we haven't found sufficient numbers of people to do that. And certainly we might be able to improve how we do that recruiting, but it's not something that is for the lack of funds right now in terms of the 7 vacancies at this school or 3 vacancies at another school. I just wanted to make that clear so people realize that that's an issue, and then end by saying and echoing what I heard virtually everybody on the board say, and what I heard Dr. Posley say is that we're planning as an administration, and obviously the board supports us, to make schools whole to the, especially this year, but as he has done in previous years. And that's a real important message to convey to our staff, because I know, as you said and others, there has been a lot of nerves on end because of concerns about accessing. So thank you.
Thank you, Director Peterson. One final question, and then I'm just going to call it a wrap unless someone else wants to jump in. So we heard about some of the needs for special education students, like through technology, purchasing iPads and, technology that would be responsive to the needs of students that have visual impairments. Is there anything else that administration would like to draw our attention to as it pertains to responding to the needs of our special education students?
Chair O'Halloran, members of the committee, Travis Pinter, Manager of Psych Services and Allied Health. There's a lot in here I think you should consider as also applying to our special education students. They're certainly not apart from many of the things we're offering. I would say one thing that comes to mind that may not be super clear in there's $500,000 set aside for assessments. That's a very important piece and actually is COVID related, and those are assessments for special education referrals, kits and testing that we need, and we're actually anticipating greater need with some concern about learning loss, and that's one of those things that helps mitigate as well. Coming back from and still involved in the pandemic here, and so that's one piece I can think of off the top of my head. But also to point out that many of the things are also, of course, open to all of our students as well.
And Chair O'Halloran, members of the committee, Martha Kreitzman, Chief Financial Officer. There's also an area in extracurricular engagement that includes students with special needs. Go ahead, Lynn.
Chair O'Halloran, members of the committee, Lynn Grev, Director of Recreation. Yes, we do have a line item to hire staff with credentials to serve students with special needs in the after-school space, as well as to offer specialized programming to students with special needs. There's, I believe, $4 million allocated to serve 100 schools in that area.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. I just want to make sure that we're, as advocating for all of our students and highlighting the way that these ESSER funds would be an investment in every student's needs to the best of our ability. So thank you for that. Are there any other questions or comments from board members? Going once, twice. All right. If there is no further discussion, I will remind members that you should have received the amendment form by now. Please submit any amendments you wish to make to the Office of Board Governance by noon of next Wednesday, September 29th. I want to make sure that date is correct because I had understood it to be September 28th. So I'm seeing September 29th. You have an extra day for consideration and submission. Excellent. Okay. We will resume our discussion and consider action on amendments at our next meeting, which is scheduled. Oh, I see all these hands. Okay. I'm just going to finish. We will resume our discussion and consider action on amendments at our next meeting, which is scheduled for October 7th, 2021. That meeting will start at 5:30 or immediately after the SASE meeting. I see the administration's hand and then Director Carr. Administration?
Go ahead.
Chair O'Halloran, members of the committee. On the timeline, it said the 28th for the amendments. Is that changing?
Madam Secretary, can you clarify the script versus the timeline that is posted on ESB site?
Madam Chair, members of the committee, on the site, the 29th is posted.
Okay. Administration, is this a conversation we need to continue or is that acceptable?
Madam Chair, members of the committee, I will work with the administration as I have a request for an additional date change. So if anything changes, what we would do is send you out an updated calendar and also post the corrected calendar on the website. And I will know tomorrow.
Chair O'Halloran, members of the board, we have on the calendar the 28th. In the document.
Okay. So it sounds like we can continue this conversation and come to a conclusion on the actual date, and it will be clarified to board members, and make sure that we get this, whether it's the 28th or the 29th or the 28th and a half, that we are all on the same page as we move forward. And then I see Director Carr had her hand up as well. Director Carr?
One final question. I know everyone's trying to get out of here. Is it just one round or is it two? I saw on some schedule at one point, I don't know if it has been revised since, but it said first round. So I didn't know if there was a second round or if it's just the one round of amendments.
Madam Secretary or Administration, can you speak to that, please?
Cheryl Halloran and members of the board, what we have on here is one round.
Got it. Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Okay. All right. So date TBD. Madam Secretary, next item, please.
Madam Chair, that was the last item on tonight's agenda.
Oh, so soon. There being no further business before the committee, this meeting is adjourned. Thank you.
Thank you. Have a good night, guys.
Thank you.
Bye.
Have a good night.
Have a good one.
Good night.